Well, hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the second and final day of competition in the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Tournament right here at Hilltop Lake in Arlington, Washington. We certainly had plenty of great competition in the opening two rounds yesterday among our amateurs, but also among our pros as well, where we saw Freddie Winter take the lead in the second round with a free buoy count at 10.25 meters or 41 off. And there you see the current leaderboard in the open men's competition. Freddie Winter in the lead, but by no means assured of getting into the top four, which is where the head-to-head finals lie. And then you've got a four-way tie with a second place right now with those skiers that have a 2 at 41 off. There you see the open women's leaderboard as well. Jamie Ball way out in front with her score at 2 at 39.5 off, ahead of Chelsea Mills with 2 at 39, and there you see Elizabeth Montavon and Jill Knutson. With their scores into 11.25 meters. Just out of interest, we'll take a look at the speed leaderboard between our pro skiers. You see that the Vincent Stadelbauer goes Benjamin Stadelbauer. Well, I guess Vincent wishes that he can get across the course that quickly, but there you go, 95 mile an hour for Benjamin Stadelbauer. Then you go Cole McCormick with 91 and Jonathan Travers with around about the same speed as well. So there you go. And rope tension leaderboard, which pays an additional $500 bonus for whoever can pull the greatest behind the towboats. There is Freddie Winter with 387 kilograms. He's got one more round to go to try and lock in that extra bounty. Heart rate leaderboard. Now, this is a rather surprising one. Cole McCormick heart beats 188 maximum beats per minute, ahead of Benjamin Stadelbauer. And then you look all the way down to the bottom there. You see Freddie Winter, a heart rate is 162. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of how well conditioned some of our athletes are coming into this event. So there we go. Those are the stats for heart rate, for speed across the wake, and among our men. Here we go among our women. Elizabeth Montavon certainly got on the good foot going across the wakes with 82 kilometers now. Jill Knutson just slightly behind, and Only 4 kilometers per hour separate those female competitors in that competition. Rope tension, not a big surprise here. Jamie Bull with her deep excursions into 39.5 off, sustaining the most pull across the back of that boat with 281 kilograms of force against that tow line, ahead Chelsea Mills, ahead of Elizabeth Montavon, and ahead of Jill Knutson. All right, so, and the one last one, Jamie Bull, 193 beats per minute, and she sustained that towards the end of round number 2. So you get an idea there between our women and our men, all the new telemetry stuff that's going on. All right, then we've got Miles Sand and Gravel alongside a Syndicate providing us with the major support for this event. And we've also got to give a big shout out to Nautique for providing a couple of their boats for this event as well. And yes, indeed, it is Nautique providing us with the power, pulling our skiers in. Current air temperature 17 degrees C, which is just a smidge into 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Water temperature doesn't really change much, 21 degrees C, so slightly water, and that's why you see the little bit of mist coming off. No wind at all from our local weather settings here in Arlington. So that gives you a little bit of a preview of what's to come, and coming up, we've got the third and last round of skiing. But first of all, the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am right here at Hilltop Lake in Arlington, Washington. Be back in a few moments.
Couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born.
All right then, good folks who are watching across the world, and great to have you on board for this, the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom. We're taking a quick look at our dock area. We'll go in a little bit closer here to see what's occurring. And on the dock right now, getting ready for his turn out on the water, is none other than Vincent Stadelbauer. He'll be first up on the water, and he actually got really darn close to running through 11.25 meters off 38 off yesterday. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. And yeah, getting the long sleeve off and getting ready to go into battle here on the slalom course. He'll probably go in at 14.25 meters, or indeed 28 off for those of you that understand feet and inches far better than metric. And we'll mention both because we have audiences not only from across the United States, but also from across the world as well. So it's near enough lunchtime for those of you that are watching us from the eastern seaboard. It's supper time for a lot of you guys that are watching us from the United Kingdom, and an hour later into the evening if you're watching us from Central Europe. So coming in at 28 off for his opening pass is going to be Vincent Stadelbauer.
Scoring copy. Here we go, Vinny.
All right, waiting for that boat to accelerate up to speed and making its turn around the dockside island. Vincent Stadelbauer now comes into the course.
Yeah, come way my way.
Now buoy number 1 and number 2. Looking in decent shape. To be expected at 14.25 meters. A little down course off number 5, but he is good. He is on track.
0607.
And looking good in the process. So there we go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer.
Would it be minus 3-2? Ron, would it be minus switch? Okay. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, so taking a long shot down the lake there. This is from our tower cam, and beautiful surroundings here, lush grass. We do get the occasional visitor for visit from one or two deer that stray onto the property, and they're fairly docile and don't scare too easily because of the boat noise and what have you. So. And it's 32 off, 13 meters coming up right now for Vincent Stadelbauer. All right, here we go. Hard snap off buoy number 1, 13 meters, 32 off. Should have a pretty darn good handle on this. Now he's starting to get his heart pumping, and there you go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. Take a quick look at the instant replay from this particular run.
Sorry, guys. I didn't eat my weenies this morning.
So looking in decent shape for the balance of this run. We'll speed this up a little bit, and by the time we get
Feel good?
to the end of the course, with the instant replay, and we'll be just about ready to send Vincent Stadelbauer back into the course at 35 off.
Alrighty. Let's try that again.
All right, here we go. Vincent Stadelbauer.
Here we go, Vince.
Here we go. 35 off now. Bringing it in. Little fumble with the handle at 35 off. That's going to send him a little bit into panic mode, but before he hits that full panic button, he's going to try and get as far down course as possible. He gets round all 6 buoys. Whew. He'll breathe a sigh of relief on that one. That's for sure. We're taking a look here at Vincent Stadelbauer at 35 off with the instant replay. And just getting into a little bit of difficulty, losing a little bit of his resistance against the boat in 1 or 2 places. And looking in a good stead here for the most part of 35 off. And that is Vincent Stadelbauer with a pass at 35. Let's see if that will jolt himself into life in preparation for 38 off. He scored half in round number 1. I believe he scored 3.5 in round number 2. So looking to go a little bit further, if not run the pass itself. So waiting for the beep from the electronics inside the boat to tell it to go. They have a set down time on each end. Here we go, Vincent Stadelbauer now. This is 38 off. Nicely done into buoy number. Oh, takes a big hit off buoy number 1. Stays up high off buoy number 2. He's still there, but I don't think he got on the outside of buoy number 3. So he will get 2 buoys for that effort as we take a look at the instant replay for Vincent Stadelbauer. Just pulled a little long into number 2, and round number 3 he got loose line on that particular run and just couldn't really get it to go. So Vincent Stadelbauer, that's going to be his middle score. Scored 3.5 as his best in round number 2 and got 2 buoys there to constitute his middle score. So a lot of activity around the dock area. Our next competitor is going to be Colin Wiedmeyer, or Wiedmer, as if he prefers it to be pronounced that way. And Colin's going to come into the course at 22 off for his opener. Let's see how he proceeds on. Getting into a little bit of wicked shape here on this particular run. We'll take a look at this on the instant replay at 22 off. He shouldn't have any troubles getting out to buoy's width. trouble that occurs on 22 off mainly stems from being launched off the wake via the rooster hump, which is present on all major towboats. Around about there into the edge change could have quite a dramatic effect for any skier that's not prepared for it. But there you go. That is Colin Wiedmer. So there we go. He's gone through that pass at 32 miles an hour. This is an example of the zero-based scoring system. And Colin Wiedmer is a men's 2 skier, which means that they will continue up in the boat speed until they get to the max, which is at 36 miles an hour, 58k, while the line stays put at 22 off. So there you see that at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Colin Wiedmer now. Oh, not looking too bad out there. Oh, and just getting up a little bit short there. Looks like he's going to score a 4 for that effort. So Colin Wiedmer. We'll take a look at the instant replay one more time for him at 22 off at 55k. Would have needed to have run this pass and the pass afterwards in order to shorten to 28 off or 14.25 meters. But just really not getting settled down after buoy number 2, and round number 3 he was continuing to play catch up. Round number 4 he made the turn, but unfortunately couldn't make a decent play on buoy number 5. So there we go. That is Colin Wiedmer. And a good dockside shot there of what's occurring, and what is occurring right now is our next competitor about to take to the water. This is Stephen Burdick, and he'll be going into the course at 28 off for his opening pass, 34 miles an hour, 28 off or 55k, 14.25 meters for those of you that like it to be conveyed in metric rather than feet and inches. So
Here we go.
Stephen Burdick, 14.25 meters, 55k. He is a men's 3 competitor, and the maximum speed for men's 3 is actually 55k. So he'll shorten after he completes this run, on the assumption that he will. So here we go. This is Colin Wiedmer. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Nicely done. Looking strong. Looking in good shape, I have to say. Getting round 6 through the exit gates. No worries there on that particular run. He will shorten down to the next run of 13 meters.
Yeah, that's what I said.
We'll take a brief look at Colin Wiedmer on his opening pass at 28 off. Looking in pretty good control here, I'd have to say. A little straight-legged off buoy number 4, but number 5 seems to have been controlled well enough. And back on to the on-water action. We've got Colin Wiedmer. Coming into the course right here and now. Drops in hard on the entrance gates. He's a left foot forward skier, which means he has to ski that turn neutrally, the gate shot, But once he gets around number 1, then he's off to the races. This is at 32 off for Colin Wiedmer, and gets it to go. Actually, it's Stephen Burdick. I do beg your pardon. My mistake. I didn't advance on from the previous skier. It's a little early in the morning, at 20 past 8 in the morning here in Arlington. We'll take a look at Stephen Burdick at still at 55k. 55k. This was at 14 and a quarter meters, or 28 off. This is Stephen Burdick, and not looking too bad on the face of it. Fumbling a little bit with the handle on buoy number 5, but he had most of that pass taken care of by the time he got to that point in the course. So we got to Stephen Burdick now, and now he's run through 28, through 32, and now this is a chance at 35. Entrance gates, buoy 1. Again, a little pitch forward here. He's really having to work hard. He opened up with 28 off Stephen Burdick, and he's getting his way all the way through at 35 off. And a good effort here. So returning at 38 off for his next run, and this is the reason why he was able to get there. A little bit of a slide, a tail slide on buoy number 2, but he actually managed to control it well enough to gain angle across the course and still manage to make the run. That is Stephen Burdick. So 38 off, 11.25 meters is going to be coming up for him very, very soon. So taking a look at our boat view and seeing our driver waiting for that tone that will tell him to proceed on with the next pass. Haven't quite gotten to that point yet. There's about somewhere between 35 and 45 second drop time on each end.
4 centimeters down the whole thing. Here we go.
All right. So, and also the boat driver has the benefit of using the shore path system to measure course deviation, so the drivers know exactly where they're at. Looking good, cross course into buoy number 1. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Oh, and getting in a little horrid shape there into number 4, and just couldn't really recover, and it's hard enough to recover anyway on 11.25 meters. But we'll take a look at this anyhow. This is Stephen Burdick. 11.25 meters. Handle coming up on at least a couple of occasions at the early part of that course. And just got really, really in deep there, and was just grateful to get to buoy number 4, but unfortunately losing his grip on that particular turn. And for him, it is all she wrote there with 3 1/2. So there we go. We've got a few guys and gals there on the dock area trying to take in the atmosphere and what have you. Our next competitor to go is actually a boys 1 competitor, and he'll be going in, I believe, at 15 off, and based upon the performance yesterday and where he started, I think it'll be 26 mile an hour. It will be Zeke Gustafson. So Zeke Gustafsson getting ready to go. All right, confirmed that he's going to go into the course at 26 miles an hour, 15 off.
Here we go.
All right, Zeke Gustafsson now. It's at 26 mile an hour, 15 off. Let's see what he's got in store for us. All right, in good shape for the most part. No faulting with that particular effort. And through the exit gates there for Zeke Gustafsson. So, taking a little bit of a launch off buoy number 1 at 26 miles an hour, but that is to be expected. Wakes are a little higher at the slower speed, so you get a little bit of airborne action off 1 or 2 of those wakes. So, Zeke Gustafsson will continue on to 28 miles an hour. Boys 1 competitors, I believe, continue at 30 miles an hour, and then they shorten at that point. Not too much activity dockside, but on the end of the slalom course, we've got Zeke Gustafsson. Line length still at 18.25 meters. Looking in good shape. Up to a point, had to double pull on that occasion to get around that buoy. Oh, and almost overloaded off 5, but I think he'll want to forget that pass in a hurry. That was at 28 miles an hour. And we'll take a look at this at a slightly closer view here. Oh, and almost dropped the handle on the into the water on buoy number 3, and playing catch up on number 4. And oh, yikes! Oh, I felt that from here. Oh my word! All right, moving up to 30 miles an hour, the max speed for 18.25 meters in his age category, which is Boys 1. This is Zeke Gustafsson. Now, hopefully he'll have calmed himself down a little bit here, and will try to work his way through this particular run. Here comes Zeke. Round number 1, getting across course. Now this is better. This is a lot better. All that stuff that he was doing on the pass at 28 miles an hour, completely and utterly gone. Take a look at this on our instant replay. Looking good. Looking a lot better. 110% better here for Zeke Gustafsson. He's going to come back at 22 off because he's cleared this pass of 30 miles an hour. And the reason why he cleared it, just stayed calm. All right, so we've got Zeke Gustafsson now, and we've got our boat view of him. Take a sneak peek at the driver, who was probably just as relieved as Zeke was in being able to get through 28 miles an hour on the previous pass. Right now, 22 off for Zeke Gustafsson. Here he comes. 22 off. Entrance gates, a long pull into number 1. Now round number 2. Now he's got to put a little bit of resistance behind the boat to get as far as he wants to go. Round number 4. Got on his back a little bit into 5, but he gets round number 6, and he will have a shot at 28 off, 14.25 meters. We'll take a look at the instant replay once again. Looking in fine shape here. A 28 off pass beckons, and just by having that much resistance behind the boat and then leaving himself a good deal of space ahead of the turns, that was the main reason why he ran that pass. So some great skiing here by the dockside. Starting to get a little bit busy with some of our remaining skiers in this section of the competition. And right now, here is Zeke Gustafsson coming in at 28 off. The boat speed is at the maximum for Boys 1, which is at 30 miles an hour. Here we go, Zeke Gustafsson. Entrance gates round. And he just couldn't really get his bearings on that one. And I think we're actually fairly close to personal best skiing here for Zeke Gustafsson. But we'll take a look at this. And I don't know whether he actually made it through the gates, as a matter of fact. We'll take a look at this on our instant replay and go frame by frame. They score 0, and here's the reason why. There we go. So 6 at 22 off is going to be the score for Zeke Gustafsson. And there you go. He should be a happy camper. Zeke Gustafsson will leave the way clear for our next competitor, who will be Jaden Burdick. Okay, at 15 off, 32 miles an hour, Jaden Burdick is our next competitor out.
32 miles an hour, 15 off confirmed.
All right, coming in at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. This is Jaden Burdick. Now, he's in boys 2, which means that the maximum speed has been ratcheted up a little bit here, hence the reason why he's going in at 32. 32 miles an hour, 52k. And there you go, 22 off will be his next attempted pass. You should be pretty pleased with that.
6 for Jaden Burdick at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. I'm assuming we're cutting the rope. To 9-3.
All right, coming back at 22 off on the orange loop now. 22 off or 16 meters. This now is Jaden Burdick. Boat speed still the same. It's reached its maximum for boys 2, which is 52k or 32 miles an hour. There you go. Good skiing. There you go. Like his style out there. All right, so 6 buoy consensus all the way around for Jaden Burdick in boys 2.
For Jaden Burdick's 22 off pass, cutting to 28.
All right, back on the yellow loop. It's 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Jaden Burdick now has been performing well the entire weekend. I think he's gotten scores into 32 off at the very least in each of the last 2 rounds. Let's see if he's good to the as good on this particular effort. And unfortunately unable to get outside the third buoy. We'll take a little closer look here to find out why. So he gets round buoy number 2. We're just losing a bit of resistance going down course. We're having a look here at our exclusive buoy cam. Brings the handle in and wants to go cross course, but the ski hasn't exactly angled its way all the way through to give him that cross course angle. And I think the judges are correct with a 2 buoy count. It looks like 2 for Jaden Burdick, and he will bow out of the competition, having skied 3 rounds of amateur competition. He's our boys 3 competitor. And our next competitor will be Zane Gustafsson. All right then, folks, good to have the pleasure of your company once again. This is the the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. I'm Tony Lightfoot. I'll be joined a little bit later on by Wade Cox, and as we go through the third and last round of preliminary competition with our pros in pro women and pro men before we whittle them down to 4 head-to-head competitors in the men and 2 in the women for the round of head-to-head competition. That's going to come up relatively soon, I would say. It'll be about an hour and a half before we hit the men's the pro competition in the open women and open men. But we do have some great competition there, also among our amateurs as well, as we get ready for Zane Gustafsson to take to the water in this competition. Here is Zane Gustafsson. Not looking bad at 55K. I think he opened up with 22 off. We'll get confirmation of that from our officials in just a moment. All right, so boat speed pretty consistent with being a 34. 22 off, Ricky comes back at. He actually went out at 15, so orange loop will be forthcoming for Zane Gustafsson. All right, let's take a look at our current temperatures. Starting to get a little bit warm here. They're predicting here to be over 90 degrees Fahrenheit here. That's going to be well into the 30-degree range in Celsius. Water temperature 21 degrees C. That's not gonna move too much. And wind, what wind? All right, Zane Gustafsson now coming in. This is 22 off the standard 75-foot line. It leaves him with 53 feet to get round all of these buoys, which when you consider that the course is 37.5 feet wide, he's still got a lot of rope to play with. But he's certainly making light work out there. He knows how to angle the ski, knows how to bleed the speed down when he needs to. So Zane Gustafsson will return at 28 off. He started at 18, ran that, came back at 16, ran that. And now 28 off, or 14.25 meters, is the pass that beckons for him coming up. All right then. So just a quick reminder to you good folks waiting for some open pro skiing. That's gonna be around about 10:30 a.m. Around about that time. It just all depends on how quickly we move through our amateur skiers. Zane being one of them, and this is at 28 off, 14.25 meters. Looking strong, looking in very good shape indeed. Can't fault him for his calmness and precision out there. Around buoy number 5. He's good to go around number 6. And that is at 28 off. He'll now have a stab at 32 off 13 meters. But there, you could see a great example of some cross-course angulation there. So 32 off comes up. It's certainly going to be an entirely different kettle of fish from him. It's just one of those breakthrough points, one of those transitions that does not come easy. A lot of people manage to get through 14.25 meters and make it easy enough. But then when you get to 32 off or 13 meters, many skiers at that level will basically it feels like hitting a brick wall, especially with the intensity generated by the line deflection, and I'll explain more about that in just a moment. Here we go. This is now 13 meters, 32 off for Zane Gustafsson. Round number 1, good to go, keeping the ski out ahead of him. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go, Zane Gustafsson. Oh, a little loose off number 4, and just that error, just that momentary pause. And he just couldn't get back on the gas again and go straight across course. That was at 55 kilometers an hour. That was on 13 meters, 34 miles an hour, 32 off. And it looked very, very good. Up to about, took a little bit of a chunk off number 4. Stood up there, and because he stood up and looked up for the buoy, couldn't see it, couldn't make a play on it, and gets 4 buoys at 32 off. So there we go. That is Zane Gustafsson. His ride has ended, and now we're going to see Girls 1 with Sarah Burdick. I believe she will go into the course, based upon what I know of her from the previous round, probably 18.25 meters. And at 26 miles an hour, but we'll wait for the official call from the officials. 26.15, indeed it is. Sarah Burdick, 26 mile an hour, 15 off. Or 43K, 18.25 meters, the red loop. So, for those of you that have just gotten up out of bed in the Pacific Daylight Time, to those of you that are trying to figure out what lunch arrangements you're going to be made on the East Coast, and for all those in between, welcome to the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom. We thank you very, very much indeed for joining us, and indeed to all of you fans across the world as well that are tuning in to us in the late part of the afternoon, early part of the evening. It takes about 5 passes. All right, then. Here we go. We got Sarah Burdick at 28 miles an hour on the red loop of 15 off. Because she is a girls one, she will have to carry on until 30 mile an hour before she contemplates shortening the line to anything shorter than 15 off. All right, getting through 28 off, getting through 28 miles an hour, and we'll continue right along with Sarah Burdick. Still at 15 off though. We're going to go to 30 miles an hour. So indeed, good morning, or rather almost afternoon in New York City. Those of you on the Eastern Seaboard, it is 11:45 a.m. right there now. Good afternoon to those of you tuning in from London and for the remainder of Central Europe. And for those of you that are tuning in to us from the Far East, especially Japan, konnichiwa. And it's a little after midnight there on Monday morning. Let's have a look and see. This is Sarah Burdick getting that ski out ahead of her. This is at 30 miles an hour. This is the shortening speed. Passes beyond this point. We'll see the line shorten from 15 off now to 22 off for Sarah Burdick. She'll pull out. She'll shorten. And we will, in the meantime, take a closer look and see what she's done. So coming back at 22 off will be Sarah Burdick. Let's see how far she gets along with this next pass coming up. All right, still continuing to produce this webcast with TWBC there. There's Ricky Ward with the 1s and 2s, and John Waldron there getting set up with the instant replay. Okay, we are on the orange line now. This is 22 off. Looking in great shape. Trying to get cross course as quickly as possible to set up her turns on each side. Little reared up on number 4. Getting round number 5. Come on, girl. There you go. Sarah Burdick. It is a 22 off successful run. So 28 off is confirmed as the next run that Sarah Burdick will attempt. And I believe her best score up to this point has been 2 at 28 off. So she's gotten through a 22 off a number of times. So now all right, here we go now. This is Sarah Burdick. Rolling in at 28 off. Continuing to roll down buoy number 2. Come on, girl. There you go. Round buoy number 3. She'll make it to the wake. She'll run out of steam, but that is her best score out of this weekend. It's going to be a 3 buoy count for Sarah Burdick. And I tell you what, she's been skiing up a storm between the first round and right here in the last round, improving with each attempt. But there you go. With a total buoy count of 69, that is Sarah Burdick with a score of 3. I think it'll only be a matter of time before she starts running that 28 off pass consistently at 30 miles an hour. But there you go. Great skiing there from Sarah Burdick as she makes her way back to the dock. Good to see her improve with each successive round.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jared's an aspiring photographer.
There you go.
So this might be fun for him.
Yep.
All right,
A
so
lot of picture and Sean down there, he's a landscape photographer, pretty good. Nice.
here we go. That was Sarah Burdick. Our next competitor to go is girls 4. Is in girls 4. It'll be Avery Jo Wiley, our next competitor.
What time does this go till?
Woo! Thanks, boat crew.
What time does this go till?
Last night it was 7:30.
Oh, so we're gonna be here we're gonna be down here while they're doing this.
Yeah.
I'm confiscated. You can't touch it.
No, I won't touch it. Won't even look at it.
Greg's on his way. Yeah, especially you.
Yeah.
I'll take it to him. Where is it?
we could probably put the gas in now. I was gonna say, while it's sitting here, you want to try to put 6 in? Yeah, let's go.
Get this
they're good.
little rope on there, see if they throw it on. So now they're taking this because she just made another record.
Yeah.
We're going to take that and go measure it to make sure it's within all the tolerances.
Oh, yeah.
So anytime a record's, they have to take that rope out and measure it before anything else happens.
Top speed is what? 34? When you get a cut? 32. Avery Wiley, 28-15.
30, but it is going to be 52 kilometers an hour for her coming up next. Still on the 18.25 meter line. A quick reminder that is still very much in play. Here we go. Everything kind of shut down for her. She got the angle, she got everything working for her into number 3, but then cranked it over and just couldn't bleed enough the speed to allow that ski to turn around fully. So it is going to be a 4-buoy count at 52k or 32 miles an hour. So here we go. Name's Tony Leifer once again, welcoming you to the Hilltop Pro-Am. First 2 rounds, she has failed to run her opening pass. Coming in at 22 off. All right, it's going to be the 16-meter line for Megan Deely, our next competitor to take to the water. Starting on the orange loop, here comes Megan Deely. Boat speed 32 mile an hour, which is sub-max for her. The only way she gets to shorten any deeper is if she runs through this pass, which she's yet to do in this competition. Come on, Megan. There you go. There you go. Oh, yikes. Finally. Finally. Took her 3 rounds, but she got a pass under her belt. Let's see if she can strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, and get through the next pass, which will be at 55k at the same line length at 22 off or 16 meters, the orange loop. Coming in at 34 mile an hour. We'll be on the 16-meter line as a hive of activity is starting to intensify around the dock area. We're almost at the end of our first section of skiers. Our next section will contain skiers in women's 4, 5, 6, and then men's 5, and along with some masters women and masters men. But All right. Now, Megan Dealey, who is shaking away that hoodoo that's been over her shoulder for the first couple of rounds. Let's see if she can make the most of this opportunity that's been presented to her now. This is now at 22 off at 34 mile an hour, getting pitted forward in towards buoy number 5. Can she make it all the way to inside buoy number 6? So it is a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys at 22 off at max speed. But it's certainly a heck of a lot better than the scores that she produced out of the opening 2 rounds. So well done for her. It is a 5 buoy count at 22 off, 34 miles an hour. For a score of 77 buoys, that is Megan Dealey. Next competitor to take to the water will be Tegan Wiley. Coming in at 22 off at 32 miles an hour. This will be Tegan Wiley. She won't move to a shorter rope until she makes it through this pass and the next one. It is a women's one where the maximum boat speed is 55k. Let's see if she can get there first. All right, so at 22 off, the orange loop, this is Tegan Wiley. There you go, round buoy number 5, and she'll stay on that orange loop for the next run, because the next run is going to be at maximum speed. Okay, so the speed for her coming in was actually at 30 miles an hour. The rope length was the same, so the only thing that changes is she's going to have to run one more pass in order to get to max speed, and then shorten from there upon the successful completion of that run. So now, a 22 off pass, 32 miles an hour is beckoning for her. That is 52k at 16 meters on the orange loop for Tegan Wiley. So here we go. Orange loop, 16 meters now for Tegan Wiley. Here we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Round buoy number 3 and 4, letting the ski run, letting the ski rotate and gain angle at the end. And that was at 32 miles an hour, so a good effort there from Tegan Wiley as she now gets set for the max speed pass of 34 mile an hour or 55k. And certainly the whole premise of the zero-based scoring system that has been utilized across the United States hasn't found a place within the realm of European or water skiing anywhere else around the world. But the premise is that you can select a line length as short as you want at sub-max speed, but the whole caveat is in order to go onto a shorter line, you have to run up through the speeds in order to get towards maximum speed, and if you run that pass on that already short line, then you can advance on into deeper short line skiing. So there's absolutely nothing stopping you within the United States if you want to go in at 35 off or 26 miles an hour. There's a provision for you to do that. You just have to run through 28, 30, 32, 34, and then you can shorten the line beyond that length. Here we go. This is at 22 off, and this is at 34 miles an hour. Ooh, getting pitched forward into buoy number 5. Will that affect her path to number 6? Yes, it did, but not enough to preclude her from running that pass. It is a 6 buoy count, and that is Tegan Wiley, who will now advance on to 28 off for her next run. It's a beautiful view there from the towboat, and trees and the foliage and the freshly cut grass and clean air. Not a cloud in the sky. You gotta love Washington, and that's Washington State rather than Washington D.C., where there's everything to hate about that city. All right, now, yellow loop now. 14.25 meters. Tegan Wiley now. Rolls in with that ski. Nicely done. Oh, and just couldn't make a play on buoy number 1. She was narrow off the gates. We'll take a look at that again and see Tegan Wiley. Oh, and came in very, very hot, very, very quick, and just unable to make a play on buoy number 1. So it looks like it's going to be a 6 buoy count at 22 off max speed for Tegan Wiley. Our next competitor to go will be Allison Fluke. Allison Fluke is our next competitor.
There's my butt again. You're famous now. Yeah. My buddy in Mississippi. Give the camera away while you're famous. I tried to get your ugly face out of the way. So this is Allison Fluke. This, I believe, is at 15 off at max speed for her, which is women's 2. Max speed is 55k. We'll get confirmation of the line length and indeed the speed. And that is Allison Fluke.
Okay, so that was at 22 off for the opening pass, and now she's going to advance to, I believe, to 28 off. We'll get confirmation of that from our officials, but to the best of my understanding, she ran through 22 off on the opener. All right, here we go. Alison Fluke. This now, I believe, is at 28 off. The line certainly suggests that. On the yellow loop. Look at her run. Round buoy number 4. Early as you like. There's a 6 buoy count. All right, so as a matter of fact, that was 34 miles an hour, and that was still at 22 off. She actually started at 32 to 22 off. Now, her first excursion into the slalom course in this round at 14.25 meters. Now that she's reached maximum speed, she can start shortening the line beyond the max speed of her division. She's women's 2, and the max speed is 34 miles an hour, or 55k. So now Alison Fluke is at 55k. She's cleared that pass at 16 meters. And now she's going to come back into the course on the yellow loop. The yellow loop for Alison Fluke. The boat speed now locked at 55k or 34 miles an hour. Here she comes, approaching the course, 28 off, Alison Fluke. Getting buffeted forward off buoy number 1. Now she's going to have to take a later path on these buoys to allow the ski to fully rotate. But I tell you what, she is in good form. She's early for... Oh, no! She absolutely collapses going into buoy number 6. Oh, my word. I mean, it looked pretty easy up to that point, at least past buoy number 3. Round buoy number 3 connects with the handle. Handle up a little bit high, but here we go. Round buoy number 5 just got broken forward, and the ski just didn't want any part of that, so it decided to just buck her like a bronco. And I'll tell you what, it's a 4.5 buoy total at 14.25 meters or 28 off. That is Alison Fluke. All right then, folks, we are done with the first section of skiers in round number 3. Our second batch of skiers are about ready to go once we've dumped some fuel and changed out a driver or maybe something else. But you are watching the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll be back right after this. All right then, thank you for rejoining us here. This is the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am for 2020. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We continue on into our amateur ranks with our second batch of skiers, and round about dockside right now you will see her in the water, Suzanne Cabrera, and she is going to go into the course at 18.25 meters or 15 off. And got a few messages coming through, especially from my good friend Mr. Mike Hazelwood from way back in the day. Former world champion from 1997, 1970, I would say, where he won the world overall title there in Milan, and came through with 2 consecutive world jump titles in 79 and 1981, and certainly one of the greatest skiers of all time. Great to hear from him. All right then, this is Suzanne Cabrera. Trying to ease her way into this pass. This is 15 off for 18.25 meters. So, good effort, I'd have to say. So speeding up to 30 miles an hour, which suggests that the opening pass was at 28 miles an hour or 46 kilometers an hour. So moving on up to 30, which is 49k for those of you that have a little bit of difficulty translating between the US standard for boat speeds and line lengths to the metric standard, which is pretty much everywhere else in the world. So, glad to have the crew. We've got John Waldron there in the center, Ricky Ward to the left, and there is Vincent Stadelbauer right there with the 1s and 2s, and we'll continue right along with Suzanne Cabrera. This now is still 15 off. In her division, women's 4. She would have to actually see 55 kilometers an hour on this 18.25 meter line length before she sees a line length shorter than the one that she's on right now. Looking all right, and there you go. That is Suzanne Cabrera, and we'll get round all 6 buoys on that particular effort. That was at 30 miles an hour, making it look pretty good, allowing the ski to turn. Now, by doing that, the ski does tend to run down course a little bit, but if you have enough residual angle off that turn, you can more than mitigate the fact that that ski actually physically made its way down course. A little bit of angle, just a little bit of oomph behind the boat, and you should, in all probability, stay early, no matter what the situation is with a line length this long at 18.25 meters. All right then, 32 miles an hour, 18.25 meters, or 15 off for those of you across the United States. 32 miles an hour coming up, or 52k in kilometers.
Yeah. It's all good.
Okay.
Our boat driver there, Becky Lathrop, getting her eye in, so to speak, as she'll no doubt be behind that wheel by the time we get to open women and open men, which is our next section of skiers after this one. Suzanne Cabrera. This is at 15 off. Handle a little bit high and drifting in towards buoy number 1, but she drops the hammer down off buoy number 1 into number 2, and unfortunately a little bit later into buoy number 3 and inside number 4. So Suzanne Cabrera won't run that pass, but I think she'll be pretty pleased with her effort there at 52k, 18.25 meters. Taking a look at this one. That was 3 buoys. We're having a look at our boat cam, or buoy cam, I do say. We have cameras all across the facility. We've got 2 by the dockside, 2 in the boat, 1 along the shore, 1 out towards buoy number 2. 8 cameras total, including mine. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, when Monday Night Football premiered in the latter part of the 60s, early 1970s, I believe it was actually 1970, in September of that year, when the New York Jets were taking on the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland. The very first episode of Monday Night Football on ABC took place with 9 cameras total. So here we go. Air temperature 27 degrees Celsius, creeping up towards the 83 degree mark. Water temperature, not much change. Wind, what wind? And there we go. That are our meteorological findings from this area of Arlington, which is just a skosh north of Seattle. Okay, so we now progress on to our next skier. 30 miles an hour, 22 off for Julie Kienbaum. And here we go. Deciding to go in with a shorter line length, but sub-max speed. Julie Kienbaum in women's 5. I believe from women's 5 onwards, the maximum boat speed is 32 miles an hour. So I suspect that after this run, provided that she gets through it, that she will see a line length for 28 off. We'll confirm that by the end of this run. But there you go. That is a good, decent-looking pass. She was wide and early. And that is Julie Kienbaum. So that was at 30 miles an hour. She's going to come back at 32. At 22 off, in the hopes of running that pass, and we'll hopefully progress on to the next line length for 28 off. Glad to have your support and your viewership here. My name's Tony Lightfoot. And great to have your support once again as we roll right along. All right, Julie Kienbaum about to make her way into the course. And here she comes. Julie Kienbaum now at this pass of 32 mile an hour at 22 off on the orange loop. Working her way from one end of the course to the next. Just trying to massage away a little late into number 6. Takes a tight line and all the way through. Not a bad effort there.
Good job. She got you. Shortening to 28. That felt good.
All right, having cleared 32 miles an hour with that run. So she will go to 28 off next. Good on her.
Hey, here's the good news.
Okay, so for those of you that are tuning in across the world, across the United States and around the world, if you're on the Eastern Seaboard, it is lunchtime there, and it is nearly 12:30 in the afternoon. So good afternoon to those of you who are on the Eastern Seaboard. If you're watching us from London, good evening to you guys and girls over there. It is 5:30 in the evening. And for those of you watching us from Europe, especially Vienna calling, indeed, Sunday evening at about 6:30. Glad to have you watching us here with the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. This is now 14.25 meters. She's getting really pitted down course and just couldn't get into a decent enough ribbon to start. And unfortunately, it ended about the first third of the course. A little bit of bounce across the wake, suggesting that she wasn't completely committed to gaining the angle that she truly needed to get across course. We'll have a look at the buoy cam, handle going up high, and she was basically phoning it in from this moment in time after getting 2 buoys. So a 2 buoy count. That was at 28 off at 32 miles an hour. A skier in women's 5. That is Julie Kienbaum. Our next competitor to go will be Lisa Tom also in women's 5. So her max speed is going to be 32 miles an hour as well. All right, Lisa Tom's about to hit the water. All right, 15 off, max boat speed for her on the opening pass. 15 off for Lisa Toms. Sending it out towards the left-hand side now. Slingshot from left to right. Nicely massaged a pass. Just allowing the ski to rotate underneath her and then get on the good foot and go cross course. Just that easy, folks. That was at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. She's going to get ready for 22 off, and while she does, we'll take a look at this in slow motion. At 15 off, sometimes skiers do try and stay away from that pass because it actually generates a little bit more in the way of slack rope if you're really hammering it down behind the boat and trying to make a play on the turn. Sometimes you overshoot at 18.25 meters of 15 off, but I tell you what, Lisa Tom's very measured in the amount of angle and speed that she takes across course, and keeping that line nice and tight. That's not an easy skill to achieve or utilize in the slalom course at 15 off. But now we're moving from 15 off to 22 off, or 16 meters for Lisa Toms now. Boat speed accelerating up to 32 miles an hour. It's max speed for women's 5. All right, let's see what she's got. Little bit of a bounce across the back of the boat. Now she's really going to have to hammer this down after buoy number 2. Sends it out to buoy number 3, giving herself the maximum amount of space to get the ski round the turn and then do it all over again in preparation for the next turn, which is 6 for her. It is a 6 buoy count, and that is Lisa Toms through on the orange loop. All right, Lisa Toms. Looking in great shape, and we'll see if she can put a little bit more resistance behind the boat for 28 off, because that is one of the major things that you have to utilize, more resistance as you get deeper and deeper down these shortenings. And the open women's competition is fast approaching, and as we get ready for Lisa Toms to make her way back into the course, that is the open women leaderboard. We'll see if there's going to be any marked changes in that by the time that third round ends in open women. All right, here we go. This is Lisa Toms. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, little bit of a high handle on that turn, but manages to throw that handle down off buoy number 2, keeping it flowing off buoy number 3, for 4, for 5, and a little bit down course off 5 to number 6, barrels it round and gets round all 6 buoys at 28 off. A credit-worthy pass there for Lisa Toms. A 32 off pass will be heading her way. And a little bit of a long pull into number 1. That didn't exactly help her out too much around that turn. But I tell you what, being a right foot forward skier, she could hammer the 2-4-6 side turn effectively and go cross course. And that's exactly what she did in preparation for number 3. Use that number 2 to effectively keep her in the game. Alongside a buoy number 4, she just skied neutral on 5, and she had enough in hand to get round buoy number 6. Kind of speedballed that one, but she had enough control and enough poise to be able to get round all 6 buoys on that line. All right then, 32 off beckons for Lisa Toms. Okay, with Becky Lathrop at the helm, the next line length is the green loop. It's 32 off for Lisa Toms. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, brings the handle in high again, but let's see if she can hammer number 2. She does. She's round buoy number 3, and I'm not too sure whether she makes it round buoy number 4. We're going to take a frame-by-frame look and see if she actually made a play on that turn, or whether she tried to sell something that no one was buying. We'll have a look at this for Lisa Toms. She skied very, very well up to that point. So that was at 32 off. We'll take a look at this. So looks like for Lisa Toms, it is going to be a 3 buoy count. So the judges are in complete agreement on 3. Thought she made a play on number 4, but 3 buoys is going to be it for her. So, all right then, moving right along from Lisa Toms, we've got Sue Pickerel. She is in women's 6. All right, 30 miles an hour at 15 off. Here we go. Looking good, looking strong. Sue Pickerel. This is at 30 miles an hour. This is at 15 off. Just trying to keep the flow going and not trying to do anything out of the ordinary. That is Sue Pickerel at 30 miles an hour. All right, then, continuing right along. Great to have the pleasure of your company. All right. I believe she's coming in on the 16-meter line as she went at, I believe, what was maximum speed for women 6, which is 30 miles an hour. The line certainly looks like it's 16 meters. We'll make sure we get firm confirmation of this by the end of this run. But I tell you what, Sue Pickerel really getting on the good foot here to get round buoy number 6. And yes, flips that ski round. So now shortening down to 22 off. So the speed here, I think 30 miles an hour top speed actually occurs a little bit later in the age divisions from women 7 onwards. So that was max speed at 15 off. I beg your pardon. So that was at 32 miles an hour, which means that our next line length is going to be 16 meters or 22 off. Apologies all round on that one. And Sue Pickerel are getting ready for that particular run. Just checking in on some of the comments that have been put forth so far on this particular webcast. We've had a comment from a number of different people all around the world, especially Peru, of all places. Yes, indeed, they have a great ski site a little ways south off the Pan American Highway called Bayamalacus. Which was the venue for the Pan American Games water ski competition, which saw which saw Robert Pagozzi come through with the victory in the men's slalom competition, to the best of my knowledge, and some great other great performances as well. Look at this. Come on, Sue. Come on, Sue. Oh, and just running out of steam by the time she got to number 4. I think she expended most of her energy running through 32 miles an hour at 15 off. But I tell you what, this is definitely a great worthy performance in women's 6. So at 22 off, 32 miles an hour, that was Sue Pickerel. So, our correspondents from Peru has come through with Aquito Water Ski Club. I'm not too sure where that is within the fine nation of Peru, but glad to have your company here. So now we move from Sue Pickerel to our next competitor. It'll be Kathy Gibson, Women's 6. Maximum boat speed 32 mile an hour, so we'll see what she selects at the dock side. At 15 off at 32 miles an hour, it's going to be Kathy Gibson. Here we go. Kathy Gibson at 15 off 32. Oh, very wide on buoy number 1. Almost got caught out there with the with that first turn. So now, after effectively recovering off that buoy number 1, she runs through 15 off at 32 miles an hour. Nice to see that. And she will shorten to 22 off coming up next. This is Kathy Gibson. All right, then. So, coming back at 22 off at 32 miles an hour, this is Kathy Gibson. Looking good. Oh, nicely done. Ooh, Kathy Gibson doing a fine job there at 32 miles an hour at 22 off. Certainly a lot cleaner and a lot tidier for the most part than pass number 1. For a lot of skiers, the first pass is the most difficult one, where all the jitters still need to be shaken off. But I tell you what, she's doing a grand job. All right, then. So, continuing right along, we continue to get messages from across the world, including from William Oliver. And he compliments us on the webcast, which is always nice, and wondering if there is a running order anywhere. We'll try and get a running order somewhere along the line, but the main question leading from that is how long are the pros? Well, that I can tell you, because right here we're about halfway down the last of our amateur this current section of amateur competitors, and within about 4 or 5 skiers then we'll go to the pros. But right now on the water is Kathy Gibson. Looking all right. This is at 28 off. Getting broken over a little bit on buoy number 3. Barreling into number 4, back of the ski. And unfortunately, that is where her turn ended. So, Kathy Gibson with 3.5, 3 1/2. So it is going to be 3.5 at 28 off at 32 miles an hour. Just getting a little strung out here off of buoy number 3, and things didn't exactly work in her favor by the time she got to number 4. Just skiing didn't get between her and the boat, and that is all she wrote there for her. 3.5, 28 off at 32 miles an hour. All right, so just to continue answering William Oliver's question, glad to have you on board, and thanks for the comment there. This current round, this is the third and last round of regular skiing before we go into the head-to-head competition among the pros. We have about 6 skiers to go, including our next competitor, before we go into pro women, and then pro men to come afterwards. And then we've got another batch of about 12 skiers to go before we end the third and last round of regular competition before we go into the pro finals. So hopefully that answered your question there, Will. And once again, glad to have you watching along with a number of friends, I should hope. All right. So here we go. Now, this is 22 off for Mark Tim. All right, rocking and rolling in towards the course. Cutting a rather large and imposing figure into the slalom course. This is Mark Tim. All right, good effort there, 22 off. Now, Mark Tim is a men's 5 competitor, and I believe that their max... That was at 22 off. He will shorten to 28 off. That is Mark Tim, and barreling into buoy number 3. Little bit of a short-handed extension there to get round that turn and to get things back up and running again. Not going full extension. And got a little bit down course off number 5, but he had enough grunt after that turn to get across course. All right, and continuing right along, for those of you that are watching, why not take a little bit of time out to subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube page. You'll find that subscribe button towards the top, and if you click the bell, you will be informed as to new content whenever it hits the side, whether it's uploaded video or whether it's live coverage, as you're seeing right here at the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Seeing Mark Tim go through the course at 28 off, a little on the back of the ski, but he's fine and good to go.
Hey, good start here, Mark. Let's get this. All right, Mark. Here we go.
.32 off now, with Becky at the helm, accelerating up to speed. 32 off for Mark Tim. Still working his way through the speed of 55k, 34 miles an hour with this line lane. Oh, and just realized too late that things were turning pear-shaped for him going down course, and unfortunately unable to get a little bit more than halfway down course for Mark Tim. We'll take a look at this one more time as he goes across course into number 1. A little narrow on number 1. Did not allow the ski to angulate as much as he wanted to. And there, got on the back foot, just tried to barrel his way across the course, and ski went underneath, and unfortunately he didn't go along with his ski. So there he is in the water with 2 1/2 at 32 off, 2 1/2 at 13 meters. That is Mark Tim. All right, we're down to 5 skiers to go before we go to the pros, including our next competitor. It'll be Paul Keenbaum.
Remember, this isn't the INT.
How's
No
that?
mulligans. Don't blow it.
Yeah, no mulligans.
Let's find a new way to say it. I thought that was a
That's right.
All right, then. So, for those of you that are watching, you've got a couple of ways to get in touch with me while I'm announcing for this event. You can put a comment up on the live chat towards the right-hand side of the webcast if you're viewing it on YouTube. Or you can hit me up on Facebook Messenger. The handle is Tony Lightfoot, and we will see if I can correspond with one or two of you as we continue right along. This now is Paul Keenbaum. Opening pass 22 off. Driving hard off buoy number 1. Well in good... Oh, look at that. He backsided number 2, and how? Especially if he's left foot forward. Now, that is not an easy skill to learn or to perfect, but I tell you what, backsiding number 2 and number 4 when you're left foot forward, yes, that takes some talent, folks, and Paul Keenbaum was up to the task there. From 32 off to 28 off, the next pass for Paul Keenbaum. All right, here comes Paul Keenbaum now. It's coming back at 28 off or 14.25 meters. Keeping the handle up high. Coming into the turns and then just letting that handle drop down low to around about his hip area. And there you go. That is some swerving, folks. That is a 6 buoy count, and that is Paul Keenbaum. All right, here comes Paul Keenbaum, and this is at 32 off now. This represents a different kettle of fish for him. Let's see what he's got. Allowing the ski to rotate underneath the line, trying to stay on track. And again, a little bit buffeted in the number 5, but he has enough of a lead on to get round all 6 buoys at 32 off. Well done to you. All right, then, so just had a message come through from one of our commenters on YouTube, and Jane Peel. Nice to see you watching from the UK, and I wanted to know, what is Women's 6? Women's 6 is an age category that is let me take a look at the AWSA rule book. You could download that yourself, but I'll tell you that the women's sixth division is between 60 and 64 years of age inclusive. So hopefully that answers that question. And glad to have some other. Natalia Berdnikava, glad to have you on board as well. I'm sure you're probably waiting a little bit alongside Alex for JT to hit the water, and he'll be skiing. It'll be a while before he skis because we're still into our amateur competition right now. As we see Paul Keenbaum approach the course at 35 off. Let's see what he's got going for us here. Made it through 32 off decently enough. Gotten broken forward off buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to struggle. Now he's going to have to fight his way. Goes for the body slam. And unfortunately, that was just one step beyond for Paul Keenbaum. That was at 35 off. Didn't get the best of starts here. He's still on the back of his ski and just took the hit, and unfortunately was broken over at the waist by the time he got to the first wave, let alone the second. So it looks like a 3-buoy count at 35 off. Got the slam in, but unfortunately it wasn't Mike Shaylander, so he couldn't get across course in time for the buoy number 4. So there we go. That is Paul Keenbaum, and that is a 3-buoy count. All right, while Shannon Strickland gets her bearings situated in the foreground there, Richard Doan will take to the water, and he'll be coming in at 22 off. So, continuing right along. All right, Richard Doe now at 22 off. Continuing to watch here for Richard Doan, who's been doing a fantastic job out there on the slalom course, but also on shore as well. He's been helping us a fair bunch. Yeah, whoo, there you go, 22 off, not a problem there for him. So, continuing to roll. And once again, let me remind you good folks out there that I continue to monitor the comments. And we'll respond to a few questions, here and there. You can also hit me up on Facebook Messenger, those of you that are currently my friends. And I'll try and correspond between those two social media sources as and when. All right, let me see if I can refresh my feed here a little bit. As we see, as we get ready for Richard Doan to come back into the course at 28 off. All right, glad to have you on board. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and yes, indeed, we've got some great skiing to come. We've got some great skiing approaching the course right now. We've got Richard Doan in at 28 off, or 14.25 meters. A little bit of an aerial edge change into buoy number 1, which is all well and good, but if you have a ski that has hardly any rocker at the front, may not be the most advisable thing to do. There you go, round buoy number 6, and that is Richard Doan as he gets ready for 32 off. So, working our way along, we've got plenty of skiers to come before we hit the open women and open men. We've actually got a Masters women's competitor, which basically means that she will be slaloming at a max speed of 34 miles an hour. And then we've got the Masters men. We've got two competitors there, Greg Tate and David Miller. Then we're going to take a little bit of a pause and before we go into our pros. And here is our current leaderboard among our pros. Freddie Winter with 3 at 41 off. Ahead of that multiple way tie for second place between Vaughn, McCormick, Stadelbauer, and Jonathan Travers. Then Bartowski, Cord, and Wingurter rounding off the tail end of that leaderboard. All right, then, let's have a look at Richard Doan. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. This is at 32 off now. Now he's really going to have to hustle here off buoy number 3. He's a right foot forward skier. Now he's got to take a really, really hard snap off buoy number 4, which he does. Number 5 is good, and round number 6, yeah, boy. There you go. 6 buoys, 32 off or 13 meters. Excellent skiing. All right, still getting a few comments coming through. Some good, encouraging feedback. We've got one person who's actually watching from Lake Norman in North Carolina, waiting for Chelsea. For Chelsea to hit the water. Chelsea Mills, she will be our third skier out in the Open Women's competition. Is currently lying in second place after the opening 2 rounds behind Jamie Bull. So if nothing changes significantly between Elizabeth Montavon and Jill Knutson, then Chelsea Mills has a pretty decent shot of making it through to our 2 skier head-to-head women's final. All right, so Richard Doan. Here we go. Richard Doan is currently a men's 5 competitor. Oh, look at this. Little flat-footed into number 1, losing distance down course. This is at 35 off, needing to get on the good foot here and how. Round buoy number 4, and round buoy number 3 rather, and is inside number 4. And on that occasion, it's basically goodbye, Mr. Bond. After that turn off for buoy number 3. Round buoy number 1, not looking too bad. Tried to bring the ski round and slam that ski round hard, but unfortunately not gaining too much angle. Got caught out on buoy number 3 and couldn't really make a play on his next onside turn, which is number 4. So that is Richard Doan with a 3 buoy count at 35 off.
Next skier, Shannon Strickland, going out at 34 minus 22. Shannon Strickland.
34 at 22 off for our next competitor. It is Masters Women. It's going to be Shannon Strickland.
I won't leave without you, I promise. Let's do it. Here we go.
Here comes Shannon Strickland. Coming in at 22 off at 34 miles an hour. This is Shannon Strickland. All right, so Shannon Strickland there, a good effort there, and one of our masters women skiing in this competition. Now, preempting an obvious question from one of our audience members from England, she will probably ask, what is Masters Women? Well, the Masters Men and the Masters Women competitors are in what are known as the elite divisions in AWSA tournaments, and it's anyone over 35. You've got to be over 35 years of age to compete in the Masters Men and Masters Women's divisions. But there's also a qualification standard that is imposed as well. And to the best of my knowledge, and this to give you an example, in Masters Men you actually have to ski at least a third the way down, 41 off or 10.25 meters to qualify to ski in the nationals in the Masters Men competition. And I think the qualification standard is about halfway down, 38 off or 11.25 meters to qualify in Masters Women. So that kind of answers that obvious question in regards to age categories and to the elite categories. Not only do you find Masters Men and Masters Women, but also the Open Men and Open Men. They're regarded as elite divisions as well, and require a performance standard to be met in order to compete in those particular categories. Here we go. This is Shannon Strickland, round number 4. Continuing to roll from number 5 into number 6, and a nicely executed run. All right, then. So we're getting ready for Shannon Strickland to come back into the course. She's gotten through the initial pass of 22 and 28. This is now 32 off or 13 meters. All right, not looking bad, and getting through this run at 32 off. Oh, there you go. Excellent skiing there from Shannon Strickland. .35 off is coming up next for Shannon Strickland. 34 miles now, 35 off. We're getting close to the recent qualification mark, which I understand for Masters Women was about halfway down at 38 off, and now she's really going to have to pile on the pressure here. She's our sole Masters Women's competitor. Got a couple of comments that have come through. One of them in regards to Richard Doan seeing the lack of rocker on his ski. Well, that is actually the Denali ski brand who designs skis with very little rocker at the front, with most of the rocker at the back. That's just a design trait there with Adam Cord and the Denali ski brand. So your eyes definitely were not deceiving you. Flowpoint has commented. That is Marcus Brown, who was actually here on site. So I don't know, but says commenting and complimenting us on the webcast. Thank you very much indeed. And Heather Tomlinson, glad to have you on board as well. We'll answer your question in just a moment. Here we go at 35 off. Shannon Strickland, good gate shot, trying to keep the nice turn off buoy number 1. A little on the back foot, just couldn't really get stacked up against the boat after the end of buoy number 1. And it looks like it's going to be 1 1/2 at 35 off, 1.5 at 35 off. Here's the deal off buoy number 1. Handle got up a little bit high, just couldn't get enough leverage against the boat quick enough, and just released the line, and that is all she wrote. So to answer your question there, Heather Tomlinson, great to have you on board. And how late does the event run today? Well, how long is a piece of string? Basically, is the answer to that question. We are about to go into the pros in about 2 skiers, and then once we get done with the pros, then we go into the section of amateur skiers, and then fairly soon afterwards, then we will go into the head-to-head competition. But open skiing around about 10:30. We are currently at 10:15 right now. So the third and last round of open skiing will be within about the next 15 minutes. We project. Our next competitor coming into the course at 55 kilometers an hour, 28 off. It is Greg Tate. And the one thing that you can be sure of so far as these divisions are concerned, with Masters Women and Masters Men, their max speed is 34 miles an hour and 55k. All right, here we go. Nicely done. Excellent skiing for Greg Tate at 28 off, 14.25 meters. So continuing right along with the remaining 2 competitors in our second batch of amateurs before we go into the pros. So glad to have you on board and commenting here on the YouTube channel. Keep those comments coming in, and also do us a favor by subscribing at the top, with the button at the top of the page, and also hit that bell to be informed as to when new content is put on the YouTube channel, whether it be live or whether it be uploaded files. You'll be the first to hear. This is Greg Tate, and this is at 32 off. Oh, look at this. Look at him go a little bit far down course, but managing to just squeeze that ski round round number 6 and through the exit gates. All right, so continue right along, and just answering 1 or 2 questions, 2 comments. Says, welcome to the Pacific Northwest, Tony. Just 4 hours south of you in Vancouver, USA. There is a Vancouver in the United States. It's not just in Canada, you know. compliments us on our webcast and says, go Pat Ross and go Dennis Phillips. And they are skiers that we'll see towards the end of our last amateur batch of skiers. So they're going to have to wait a while before they get to see them, but we'll see how they fare. All right, there is Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautic towboat. Up to speed. And here we go, right here, right now. This is Greg Tate. He's run through 28 and 32 off. This is now 35 off, or 12 meters. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Hammers that ski down hard. Round buoy number 2. He's a lefty, which means number 3, he can really, really crack the whip on that one. Good to go off buoy number 4, round buoy number 5. Oh, so much room ahead of him on number 6. Nicely done. That is Greg Tate. 35 off, all over that. So Greg Tate looking in great form. For those of you wondering about this facility here at Hilltop, our beautifully sculptured man-made facility just outside Arlington, which itself is a few miles north of the great city of Seattle. There we go. Our air temperature, 27 degrees C. That is close to about 83, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Water temperature, not much change there. Wind, not much at all, if anything. Here we go, coming on back. This is Greg Tate. This is at 38 off now. Now he's really going to have to let it all hang out there on this particular turn. Gets round 3 into 4. Good to go round number 5. He's really going to have to throw it into number 6. Boom! It's a 6 buoy count, and it's Greg Tate. Woo! Weather starting to get a little warmer here in Arlington, Washington, and the skiing's getting as hot as well, with Greg Tate there with a 38 off run. Wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but then again, when is a 38 off ran perfectly from start to finish, you can maybe point to 1 or 2 pros who would point towards that distinction, but with Greg Tate, just hung on in there, just wasn't afraid to hang on to that particular run. So there you go. All right, now, this is 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. This is Greg Tate. Here we go. Let's see what he's got. Greg Tate rolls in. Round number 1. Does he have enough energy left? Oh, he tries to make a play on 2, but nothing was doing there for him. It's going to be a 1 buoy count there for Greg Tate at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. And you have to be so precise into your edge change. Wow. And try to take a big lump out of that turn on buoy number 2. But if the ski isn't on the outside the buoy, then it becomes a little bit problematic. All right, then. So we are down to our last skier to go in our amateurs in this section of the competition. We normally space them out in groups of 12, and we've got one more batch of amateurs to go after we do the pros. But this is the last of our Masters men competitors before we go into the pros, and the skier that you are looking at towards the extreme end of that dock is none other than Canadian David Miller. So that was Dave Miller on his opening pass. 34 miles an hour at 32 off. Well used to coming through with that run as his opener and getting ready for 35 off. All right, then, here comes David Miller at 35 off. Just absolutely thumps that wake, gives himself plenty of room to make the edge change and to make the turn happen on each side of the course. Looking in good shape. Continuing here with the 2020 good Hilltop Pro-Am. That is David Miller. So there we go. Good skiing. So now a 38 off beckons for Dave Miller. And we'll see how he gets along with that particular run. Is normally used to running it. All right, rocking and rolling along. We've got David Miller out there on the course. Here comes David Miller, 38 off. The handle doesn't reach the buoys starting at this point. Oh, yeah, good skiing there from David Miller. In great shape across the back of the boat. Absolutely pounding those wakes and checks up at 5, looks for number 6, and is well ahead of the game. So David Miller in a good in good fettle here. 39.5 off. An absolutely amazing looking pass. That was indeed that pass. He went in at 32, 35. That was 38 off. And now we're going to see 39.5 off. 10.75 meters for David Miller. All right, here we go. This is David Miller. Oh, a little bit back on his ski at 39.5 off. How quickly can he recover? Looking good up. Whoa, look at that edge off buoy number 3 and number 4. Continuing to go round buoy number 5. Good to go round number 6. 39.5 off. Wow. How on earth did he run that? Especially off that first buoy. You can see right here, all off of his edge, round buoy number 2. I'm sure that the boat crew were basically trying their best to shield their faces and everything, just in case that David Miller would pop a handle off one of these turns. But no, he hung on in there. He made his way through the pass, and now has a shot at 41 off. Or 10.25 meters. Great skiing there. That is just some tough competition there, courtesy of David Miller.
Really think about getting that good gate 1. The rest is yours. Yeah, let's see. Good?
41 off. Here we go, folks. 41 off for David Miller. Boat speed still at 55k or 34 miles an hour. Entrance. Buoy number 1. Oh, takes it across course. Round buoy number 2. He's early enough. Oh, and just couldn't get his onside turn to cooperate with him on buoy number 2 at 41 off. But I tell you what, he got a darn good offside turn on buoy number 1 to set himself up for that one. He got round number 2. Realized that he couldn't get himself into the optimal body position to go cross course, and that is David Miller, 41 off or 10.25 meters. He will ski to the dock, and that will be his lot. All right then, folks. We have got a pro competition coming up within the next few moments. We've got the Open Women, we've got the Open Men in the third and last round of regulation skiing, and then after this, it is the head-to-head competition. All right, this is the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and that performance we saw was from David Miller. Our next performances will be from our Open Women. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments. Sit tight.
Jill Knutson.
All right, then, here we go. Coming in at 28 off for her opening pass. This is Jill Knutson. This is the first of our pro women, and she's going to have to play a great deal of a catch-up, and we'll explain a little bit more about that as we continue along with the competition. This is at 28 off. Nicely done. Continuing her flow. And a good pass there from Jill Knutson, and a good morning, courtesy of Wade Cox. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, great, Tony. How are you? Great, Tony. How are you today?
Not too bad at all. We're just taking a quick gander at Jill Knutson, who was certainly back in the day when she was an elite pro skier, one of the best, and certainly one of the ones that you had to beat on it.
Well, straight away I got called out a couple different times.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. So one was yesterday. So for Jill's family, I apologized, and certainly maybe the female gender may be a little more hostile to misrepresenting their age, So I announced her as 2 years. Maybe older, but I sort of said it with the hall pass going, hey, I'm not really sure. I know we grew up together, but yes, she skied many Masters, many U.S. Opens, and was quite the challenger on tour for quite a few years.
Yeah, because yesterday you pegged her a couple of additional years.
No, that's it. Yeah, and I apologize. Yeah, we've as I mentioned, I grew up next door to her mom and her stepfather. So who's an avid water skier. So, Jill certainly sort of, as we'd say, comes by it honestly.
All right, then. Here we go. Jill Knutson coming into the course at 32 off. Now, Jill Knutson, her best scores in this competition are into 39.5 off. So not looking bad at 32. Good effort there.
Yeah, so basically, when we're attacking the course, you see her right on the gate entry there. We want to create as much space as we can and then allow the ski to do what the ski designers wanted it to do, which is curve back in. So it's our job to get the ski going and get it out where it needs to be, and then we've got to have the same sort of relaxed attitude about the way the ski's going to work from the top of the turn back to that stack position. We see Jill creating plenty of space and then being patient and efficient with that space, moving back to that stacked body position, having proper alignment, we would say.
All right, then. So Jill Knutson, her best score in this competition so far is 2.5 at 38 off for 11.25 meters. And to try and advance her way up in a position where she would be in the two skier head-to-head final for the women's competition, she needs to vault her way up past the Chelsea Mills. First off, with more than 2 at 39.5 off, and Jamie Bull, who currently holds our best score with 5 at 39.5 off, is a pretty sizable target too.
Well, this should be just sort of business as usual. Another setup pass, 35 off. There's virtually no wind, although the wind, what little wind there is, has switched 180 degrees. So the skiers are facing a slight head breeze on their first and their third passes. But yeah, just as I thought, Jill's going to work through 35, and then she's going to have 38. It looks like with that slight tail breeze, it's kicking up ever so gingerly.
Yes, indeed, and that breeze is nice. It's a little bit of a coolant.
It does feel good on our sweat, yeah, because it's getting rather warm. Yeah, this is actually unreal. This is my first Syndicate Pro-Am to attend, so we want to thank Miles Gravel as well for being a title sponsor.
Yeah, Miles Sand and Gravel, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a really, really awesome opportunity for me. I actually have done clinics on this lake in the past. I came here and trained, did test sessions here with Gordon driving, in the past. So to actually be here after, I guess it's been 32 years now that I've been with HO Syndicate. So yeah, to be sitting here announcing, it's quite awesome.
Yes, indeed. And if you want to find out more information about his coaching clinics and such like, why not connect in with Wade Cox on Instagram at ski with Wade and _.
Yeah, and you can always check out skiwithwade.com, see where my tour dates will be, my camps that I'm hosting, and I've got quite a bit of merch on there you can check out.
All right, then, here we go. This is Jill Knutson at 38 off, 11.25 meters. She's got to get through this pass if she stands any chance at all of making it in the last two. Here comes Jill Knutson. This is buoy number 3. A little bit on the back of the ski. Oh, and...
that's her best score for the weekend, so certainly congratulations there, Jill. Mid-38. Certainly AEA, nothing to shake a stick at. But so the unique thing about this format, though, Tony, is we haven't had an elimination, and we're in the third round of the qualifying, and nobody has a spot secured yet. We could say on the women's side that, Jamie, her score certainly seems to be safe.
Yeah, exactly.
And we could say on the men's side maybe Freddie's with his full 3. But those next 4 spots, remember, they're all sitting on 2 at 41, and then with Chelsea sitting on the board with the 2 at 39, we got Elizabeth next to make, and this is sort of our last chance for her to make the spot as well.
Yes, indeed. I mean, as you say, Jamie's in a pretty darn good spot right now with 5 at 39.5 off. She's currently in the lead. Our next skier is an intriguing one. It's going to be Elizabeth Montavon, and she has a fan base in Tennessee right now that will be watching in on this particular performance. No doubt her parents will be watching from West Palm Beach in Florida, as I'm sure Chet Rayleigh will be as well. So we'll see what she can conjure up with the first pass and everything that comes to us beyond. This is going to be Elizabeth Montavon, and it is going to be a 28 off start as we focus in on her. Elizabeth Montavon, 28 off, 55K. Let's see what she's got.
Well, the cool thing, Tony, I mentioned yesterday, I'd never seen her ski from the boat, and it's always really cool the first time you get to watch a pro. So, I think she's going to be picking up a lot more fans really soon, the way she's skiing.
Yes, indeed. Skiing very, very aggressively through the wakes, allowing the ski just to get to a certain point. She makes contact with the handle, and then she goes. And it seems to me, her skiing and her particular style is definitely more sensitive to having a decent skiing setup.
Well, you can tell she's very upright. There's not very much bend in her lower body at all. We would call that, if her knees and ankles bent a lot, we would call that compression. And that was the thing that, sort of later 80s into the 90s, that when the ski technology hadn't really caught up with maybe what we were doing, that's the way we were creating speed. But now the skis are so much lighter and quicker across that sort of like an old school style like Lucky Low. Elizabeth's style looks very similar to Lucky's, very upright. And so Lucky, in a way, was way ahead of his time. But then once sort of Andy Mapple, obviously we're talking about, advanced things into, deep 39 and into 41, he did it by compressing and by creating his own speed. So that's where Elizabeth's style is certainly suited for our modern era.
Yes, indeed. And Elizabeth Montavon comes into the course now at 32 off, trying to take a calm demeanor into this course. She knows what she has to do in order to make a play on the top 2 competitors who would advance through to the next round of the competition. And Elizabeth Montavon, there we go, 35 off. Oh, yes.
Well, when Marcus and I have been great buddies. I'm speaking about Marcus Brown, Shout out to Flow Point TV.
Yes, he commented earlier on this webcast.
So Marcus and I got to watch her together. So Marcus said to her, hey, just chill going into center line, that she was being too aggressive. And so right after I had a little chat with her, and I sort of furthered the same discussion. I said, yeah, just be a little more quiet with your feet. And so, yeah, you mentioned, Tony, that upright style. That's it. The skis ride lighter, higher in the water, more level, so they're more sensitive to us. I just call it pushing, meaning the skier is actually pushing pressure against the ski as if you're doing some leg press in the gym.
And probably more sensitive to the fact that the water temperature is about 20 degrees cooler than what she typically is used to.
Yeah, it's certainly in the water's more shallow here, so your ski is going to ride a bit higher again in the water than it would in a deep lake and with warm temp.
All right, here we go. This is 38 off. This is 35 off, I beg your pardon. She certainly made her 32 off very, very easily on the previous pass, and this is 35 off.
Well, sorry, Tony. Yeah, I was just going to say it was a little surprising that we saw her go down yesterday at this pass in the second round.
But she navigates her way through 35 off, and she redeemed herself a little bit from yesterday. So now she's got a better backup score to work with now. But ultimately, in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, she's got to go through the next pass and achieve 2 buoys more than the pass number 2 at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off.
Well, pretty much business as usual for her there. Yeah, like I said, it was a little bit surprising to see her go down yesterday. So she'll get another look at this 38 here, and as I'm looking out, I can see the Syndicate flags on the other side of the lake. There's a little bit of breeze, very, very, very little on the water though.
All right, so now we're looking at Elizabeth Montavon coming in at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Now you can imagine what her approach is going to be into this pass, knowing that she needs to run it, essentially. Here she comes. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Keeps the good tight line, just trying to keep her upright stance. Oh, and getting broken over off buoy number 2. Oh, my word. And Elizabeth Montavon had a decent start on number 1, had a good play on that particular buoy. But number 2, she tried to...
You got to get out of these. Yeah, there you could just see she... there's questionable whether she had enough space altitude. And then as we could see, we had already talked about her feet. She really pressed on the ski at the back of 2 because she knew she was already hitting the panic button, and then there the tip you saw it rise up off the water quite a bit, meaning there had already been some dysfunction. Unfortunate she didn't get that 38 off, but I guess that sort of solidifies our next skier, Chelsea.
All right, then. So maximum heart rate 175, maximum speed across the course a little over 80 kilometers an hour. Pulling the equivalent of 3.7 ratio to 1, with a maximum pull being 241 kilograms in this round. All right, then. So essentially, because Jill Knutson and Elizabeth Montavon did not get into 39.5 off, it essentially means that our remaining 2 competitors will already have decent enough scores to advance based upon their first 2 rounds. I don't know. What's your approach going to be if you're someone like Chelsea Mills, who knows that they're shooing for the head-to-head round?
Well, I mean, it's always fun to go out there and ski when you already got a spot. It's very, very rare that we get to ski in a pro event with just sort of a gimme round. So this is sort of unique. She's going to be able to go out and maybe work on her setups, maybe work on, some things that she was working on yesterday. but with that little bit less pressure. So she's really would be ultimately prepping for the finals right now.
Yes, indeed. And just a reminder to you good folks out there, especially one or two of our people that have commented, basically our head-to-head finals are the two best women and the best four men out of the first 3 rounds of traditional competition. Obviously, there's going to be a whole stack of skiers currently in the men's competition. They're also a 4-way tie for second place, so we're going to resolve that using a secondary backup score from one of the other rounds. So we're looking at Chelsea Mills looking in great shape.
While we're waiting on her to come back in here at 32 off, Tony, I just got a shout out from Bob Marley, our water ski comedian, and he says, "G'day and enjoy our day out here." Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Say to Coop and Griff.
Did he mention "yep" at the beginning?
No, man. No, that's a different language, Tony.
But there you go. All right, then. Wade Cox here. My name's Tony Lightfoot. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. And we've got Chelsea Mills now approaching the course. Let's see. Boat speed still at 34 miles an hour, 55k, 32 off now. And, yeah, she's in a pretty rare position, as you mentioned, knowing that she doesn't have to really get an optimal performance or even a high echelon performance. And I'm guessing if she was someone that wanted to tinker around a little bit with her ski and mess with the settings a little bit, maybe push the fin assembly down, maybe push it forward, do all that kind of malarkey, this will be about the round to do it.
No, that's exactly. I mentioned that she's got this opportunity to go out, and if there is anything that she would be working on, she's a mental coach as well. So yeah, she could be working on some mental stuff. She obviously may have some physical technique stuff if she's sound with both her mental approach and her physical approach. Then yeah, the third aspect is how is our equipment working, and we can get into some really critical things if we're trying to change those at tournaments, though.
And brought to you by Miles Sand and Gravel and Syndicate Skis by HO Sports. This is the 2020 Hilltop Pro-Am. And you mentioned a little bit so far as the mental aspect. Well, Chelsea Mills is very much a participant in that realm because she works for a sports psychology firm called Winning Mindset, and she works on the whole holistic approach to mental conditioning prior to peak performances. Here we go, Chelsea Mills.
It's 35, sort of same as we said with the other girls. This is really just another setup pass, as yesterday in the I guess it was the first round. She ran 38. So I've seen her run 38 many times. So she should run this. And what she'd be really looking to do is go, hey, she needs we talked about her mental state, sort of pad the confidence, if you will.
Uh-huh.
And if she puts up a bigger score, then will certainly help her case for the final.
Yes, indeed, and long before she became a top talent out there on the water, she was heavily into the whole tennis scene as well.
Yeah, exactly. She went to Northeastern University, played on their college tennis team, which yesterday was my little sister's birthday, and a shout out to her, and because my little sister played 4 years of college tennis. So yeah, it's very close to my family, and so that's when Chelsea and I met. That's the first thing we started talking about was tennis.
Indeed, and you can get into a conversation with Wade Cox through his Instagram presence at skiwithwade_, and no doubt you'll bring to them certain pearls of wisdom so far as slalom skiing goes, as we see 38 off for Chelsea Mills as she approaches the course. Nicely done, round buoy number 1. Now she has run this once, I believe, in the previous 2 rounds. Let's see if she can run it a second time. Oh, yes, she can. Look at this. Whoa! There you go. Hanging tough there.
Yeah, not a bad pass. You know, she managed that well. She didn't get a great start. There was a little bobble at 1. We're going to see it here on the replay. Little bit of a hesitation. We saw the rope go slack. She still had decent space at 2, though, which sort of told me, wow, you know, it's not a bad start. And then right here, 3 and 4, just into sort of management mode, going in. Let's make sure and do enough to finish this off. And then a little safety check at 5. Yeah, make sure that you don't go for a swim there at 5 ball after you've done all that work to get there, knowing you only got to make one more little cut, but then you got to take the hit after the 6 ball.
Want to take the hit, get through the exit gates, and to secure that run. And now Chelsea Mills is going to have a pop at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. We'll see what kind of approach she employs here.
Don't we see our driver? It's the owner of a lake as well, Mr. Gordon Skoog. That's a great shot. I love that.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Here we go. Chelsea Mills, 39.5 off. Let's see how she approaches this. Round buoy number 1, getting a slung. Whoa, and I don't know how much of that turn she got, but we'll see if we can take a closer look at that one. But a decent score there, into 39.5 off for another round. That is Chelsea Mills. And what do you see on this replay, Wade?
Well, we saw there was not enough space between the right-hand gate out the ball 1. So it sort of puts her on a defensive position as she's getting right to ball 1. Here we see it again. We needed another ski length of space before ball 1 to give the ski enough time and enough space to actually make its carve back in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at that point, it's like she's already in the final. The nice thing is she had a look at both ends at 38 and 39. So
nice.
That's always fun to get her. One of my early coaches was Mike Ferraro, and that's what we talked about a lot. Use that to your advantage.
All right, here's Chelsea Mills, maximum heart rate 181 BPM. Got across that course a little over 80 kilometers an hour. That might have actually been her maximum speed across the boat. And her body weight ratio is 4.4 to 1. So there we go. And interestingly, she uses A2 as the zero off setting. Now, for those of you that aren't quite in tune with what zero off can do, and how to properly set it up for your type of skiing, Wade, if you could give us an explanation after we see the Open Women's Leaderboard. We see Elizabeth Montavon in third there, Jill Knudsen in fourth, and your top 2 that will be going in the head-to-head competition will be Chelsea Mills and Jamie Ball. Jamie Ball with the lead score going into the third and last round. But Wade, so far as zero off is concerned, there are letter settings, there are number settings. What does each one do?
Well, I think if you wanted the best explanation, I'm going to throw CP under the bus on this one. And Chris Parrish, a shout out to him because he's really more of an expert on that than I am. But yes, we have 9 different settings and a plus setting, so 10 total. So it's A1 through C3.
Uh-huh.
So my recommendation is always go out and go start in the middle at B2, and then go from A1 down to C3. Like take big jumps, not the baby jumps, and then you're sort of testing each extreme, and then sort of see what you like from there.
All right then. So here we go. This is Jamie Bull in on the opening pass. Should be 28 off. I can't imagine that she would start in on anything shorter at this time, but just trying to get a feel for the lake once again. It's been a while since she last skied in round number 2. nice few hours of sleep and just trying to let the body rest and recuperate before you go into this kind of extreme water sport action. And I mean, from your perspective, how important is it to rest and recuperate effectively?
Well, we got in a shout out to my man Mateo, the Water Ski podcast. He did a quite lengthy one with me, and we talked about all the different aspects that happen off the water. And we see our skier Jamie here. She's becoming extremely technical on the water. She's starting to understand that there's sleep, there's nutrition, there's hydration, there's strength, flexibility, as well as the mechanical stuff that she's doing, as well as the mechanical stuff that she's got to understand what the ski is doing. And she's really, really, really starting to put all those sort of pieces together, and we're seeing it in her skiing.
All right, then. So Jamie Ball, who has the best score from the first two rounds with 5 at 39.5 off. Just looking at this.
Yeah, look at all that space. You know, that's the one thing when you watch. You can even take an untrained eye and let them ride in the boat. And you know, let's say they jump in the boat and they watch Jamie or a Will Asher after they've sat there and watched. Even quite a few of our amateur skiers from this weekend, that's what they would see right away is the quickness side to side, and then the amount of space that they have before each and every buoy.
All right, so not a bad looking run from Jamie Ball getting.
Yeah, she'll be coming back in at 38 off at 11 meters. We apologize for that. We were just a little radio issue here.
Okay, and actually just got a comment just come through. Just wanted a little correction on you, Wade. Chelsea Mills actually played tennis for UNC Charlotte.
Oh, rightio. I thought
And
it was
continues to coach
Northeastern.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, so we have got Jamie Ball now. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Let's see what she is going to produce right here and now. Good glide out to the right. Taking a gentle rotation on that gate shot to sling her into number one, and now she's set herself up for a decent enough rhythm. Good check on 5. Well early for number 6, and that is how you run 38 off 11.25 meters.
Yeah, Tony. We've sort of changed our seating angle, but I had to turn and look over my left shoulder and watch that one live. I want to see that on the real big screen because she's a pleasure to watch. You can see her on the back foot a bit at 2. You know, I've named it the safety check. She had gotten so much tip angle out of ball 1 and so much direction that it's almost as if she overshot the line out to 2. So she just allowed the ski to function properly. It comes back underneath the line. Yes, she might have been on her back foot, but because she manages that space so well, she knew that once she got stacked again, she was going to have loads of space out at 3 and 4, which she did. And finished off the 38, sort of, you know, as we've said, sort of business as usual to get to her 39 pass here, which I think she should be running it right now.
All right, then. Just as a reminder to you good folks out there, the head-to-head final will consist of the final, the best 2 women go into their head-to-head final, and we'll let you know so far as the format of the men are concerned. We'll pop that up on the screen when we get to the appropriate point to do so. Here we go. This is Jamie Ball, and this is at 39.5 off, 10.75. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 3. Oh, checks up on 3. Good to go round number 4. She's still there.
She's got it.
She is still there. She is still there at number 6. Yeah!
Yeah.
and our first women's competitor, our only women's competitor to run through 10.75.
Well, you know, Tony, she's one of the very few in the world that have run this pass. Is that her first one, Vincent? Yes. Yes, heart rate 195. So, yeah, she had run 5.5 at 39 to set the collegiate world record. And I reckon that's a new Canadian record as we speak. Or no, maybe Whitney still has the Canadian record.
Maybe.
So maybe Whitney has it at 2 at 41.
So great skiing there from Jamie Bull, and I mean, she was just absolutely on fire. There was no way she was giving up on that pass.
Well, we get to see the replay here. You know, again, not bad out of one. The tip came up a little bit, but she got into her stack position pretty good. We saw the safety check again there, but she gets pretty much all of 3 here and then all of 4.
Wow.
Yeah, not bad there, huh? And then, late 6 again, and like saw the John Travers slack, right?
Here she comes, 41 off. The first time we've seen that among our women in this competition. Round 1, and that is all she wrote. And receiving a well-deserved ripple of applause.
Yeah,
from
man, I
our,
got the
crowd
goosebumps,
here.
Tony. Yeah, that was awesome. That was really, really fun to watch. We see her come up narrow as all get out there. I've had a bunch of my kids, Tony, that have told me, you know, the students I'm coaching, they'll go, "Oh my gosh, we put the rope at 41 and we couldn't believe how close to the platform we are." I tell you what, just do it at home, and it's startling to see from the passenger seat how close the skier is to the back of the boat. And then when you actually see how short of the buoy the handle is at perpendicular, you're sort of even more blown away that she's able to run 39 off like she just did.
And the majority of trick lines that are used by trick skiers aren't even that short.
No, they're much longer at that point. Yeah, much, much longer.
All right, then. So just to give you a comparison there, but I tell you what, let's have a look at the maximum heart rate. I mean, 191 beats per minute. Maximum speed across the course, well in excess of 80 kilometers an hour. Maximum pull, nearly 300 kilograms. Body weight ratio, 4.1 to 1. And a great effort there from Jamie Bull. The first time that we've seen an attempt at 10.25 meters. And that concludes the third and last round for the Open Women. We're going to go into the Open Men in just a moment or two. All right, and here is our leaderboard prior to the head-to-head competition. The final 2 competitors will be Chelsea Mills versus Jamie Bull. Elizabeth Montavon in third with 4 at 11.25 meters. And then Jill Knutson with the 4th score with 3 at 38 off. And her Syndicate teammates are surrounding her. And whilst she receives the congratulations...
Please stand, please stand, please stand.
What about that 4-ball?
Hey!
That was sick. Yeah.
Because I had to.
Yeah.
It was apparently
Well, we talked about it yesterday. Round 1, you killed it at the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, it got harder. Losing line number 4, and that time you didn't have the best line coming in before we get the line. Something to learn from that for sure.
All right, here we go. This is Martin Bartowski, and this is going to be a 32 off start. Now, Martin Bartowski currently in 6th place right now with a score of 1 at 41 off. And will definitely need to get a piece of 3 to help his cause to try and make it through to the next round of the competition, which is our Ford skier head-to-head.
Well, we just got a little confirmation that Jamie's score is an under 21 Canadian record.
All right.
So they are measuring the rope and the boat path right now to make sure that we get confirmation on that. So congratulations, Jamie, an under 21 Canadian record. Awesome.
All right, then. So continuing to work away right along, and a nice little message from Water Ski and Wakeboard Alberta. A nice skiing there, Jamie Bull, and glad to have some of our associations looking at this event and commenting.
Well, yeah, that'll be my first chance to give Vincent a big shout out. There's our leaderboard. There's that score that we just talked about, Jamie, and we're going to see Jamie and Chelsea later in the women's final. But yeah, the shout out to Vince with the Water Ski Broadcasting Company, who's taken us all around the world. It's really neat. By last night, I'd gotten sort of shout outs from Europe, Australia, yeah, South America. So yeah, thanks, Vinny. Awesome. So we got Martin coming in at 35 off, 12 meters. Seeing the one-handed gate there. Wow, he skis so tight to the back of the buoy, so little movement. He's really, really efficient. I actually got to hang out with Martin a bit this morning. So Martin now lives in Salt Lake. So it's pretty cool because I travel through Salt Lake quite a bit. So yeah, we chatted a bit about what he does in life and where he skis there.
Yep, he's involved in cybersecurity from what I've heard.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, we talked about sort of he moved around a bit in the States, and yeah, he actually worked for Good Water Skis for a while as well.
Yes, indeed. So he definitely knows his stuff so far as tinkering around with ski equipment and getting them to perform to their optimum. And we've just seen there Martin Bartowski through 35 off.
Well, it's pretty interesting, Tony. I sat and listened to Martin and Adam Cord, who's coming up, I think, next. And so Adam's been involved with ski design quite a bit. And obviously, Martin with his not only his pro skiing, but his affiliation with Good. It was interesting. There's some severe techiness going down.
Yes, indeed, and we'll see how that reflects upon the performances from here on out. We have got Martin Bartowski at 38 off, 11.25 meters, boat speed 36 miles an hour, 58k. And look at this from Martin Bartowski at 38 off.
Well, we saw him right at that exact point in the second round yesterday, which was very unusual because he had that really big first round score, and then he goes down 3-ball 38. So I think there may have been some binding malfunction.
Yeah.
So that's what I was sort of overhearing, and I was certainly thinking, wow, after Martin's first round, what would you do differently? You know, I certainly wouldn't have wanted to change anything from that first round, but he's still, that being said, going to be looking to get a piece of 3-ball here at 41 to get the same sort of score that Fred would get. Because Fred's already got a 2.5 or a 3. He's got more than 2 where all the rest of the gents are sitting.
Yes, indeed. And on that pass, we heard a few buoys popping there. That should be music to Lucky Lowe's ears.
Yeah, you know, Mike Shaylander had that going too. They skied so tight to the back of the buoy, and as we mentioned, it's sort of like a snow skier just bumping the gate out of the way. You got to be pretty good to be able to do that.
Yes, indeed. Harkening back to the days of Perman Zubriggen and Alberto Tomba in the late 80s, early part of the 90s with their exploits on the snow. Let's have a look and see Martin Bartowski's exploits on the water with 39.5 off attempt here.
Well, it's sort of interesting, Tony. He does the one-handed gate, but it's more like our buddy T. Whisper, Terry Winter has done, where it's not necessarily. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. I mean, I wasn't getting excited because he was really cruising through that. was complimenting on how efficient his gait was. It's going to be interesting. Maybe we can get him in here for a chat. But certainly had a lot of space there at 2.
Yeah.
Moved really nice through 3. And, I don't know. It's sort of the same issue that he had yesterday at 3-ball-38, where maybe he had the happy feet and just pushed the ski out of the water.
And just,
I think that could have been it. He just pushed. That's where there's a lack of patience, as we would say. So where we saw Jamie at that point at that same 5-ball-39 just go, hey, all I've got to do is keep my forward speed. And we saw Martin there trying to increase his forward speed too soon, and it blew the ski out of the water, the pressure that he put on with his lower body.
Yes, indeed, and that
right
was
there.
on his neutral side turn as well. So, I mean...
Yeah, it's sort of the way I look at it is more of a heel side, toe side, but if the ski doesn't know, all the ski knows is that you've added that weight to it.
All right, let's have a look at the stats. Maximum heart rate 178, maximum speed across the course almost at 90k. It was actually 87k. Maximum pull across that boat about mid 300s. Body to weight ratio 5-1, and that is all she wrote there for Martin Bartowski. Zero offsetting. We look at right slap bang in the middle with a B2 there. So. It kind of gives you an idea of where he is. So next competitor up is Adam Cord. 13 meters or 32 off for Adam Cord. Let's have a look and see what he's got for us.
Well, I had a good chat with Adam, too. I hadn't actually spoken to him until this morning, and I found out he's moved back here to the Seattle area, lives just north of downtown near the University of Washington. I've been worked for HO now, as I mentioned, for 32 years, so I absolutely love being out here. I told him where I was staying, and I said, this is a great place in the summer to be.
Indeed, and looking at 32 off on the instant replay, just trying to settle his nerves down, just trying to get his bearings right. He knows pretty much what he has to do in order to move up the rankings and the leaderboard to put himself in a position where he could be in the final 4. But 32 off, he's run that pass, but he's got a long way to go.
No, that's it. All the guys got to run 4 passes. If you start at 32, you got to run into 41. And everybody besides Freddie has got to get a full 2 again. Freddie's got a 1.5 as a backup, but he's got the score on the board to beat. But let's say John, Benny, Martin all run 3 at 41. They could actually take Freddie off what we would call the hot seat or the cut line. And move him down, reestablish a new cut line.
All right, let's have a look and see then. This is Adam Cord at 35 off. Extends towards the boat, then whips it.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was just really... we haven't seen any of these pros go down early. We mentioned Martin at 38 yesterday, but that was third pass, so this is only ball 135. I think he's going to be really, really bummed out.
Yeah, he's going to stew over that one for a while at least, I know. But that's Adam Cord. His best score coming into this round was 3 at 39.5 off. So he won't make a dent in the performances that were needed to make it through to the final 4.
Yeah, we just saw the tip of that ski, Tony, just right when he crossed the plane of the buoy. It went in a very aggressive nature from where the water was breaking under his front foot to now the water's breaking maybe 2 feet in front of his front foot. So that puts a lot of load all of a sudden on not only the ski, but once that rope tightens up, now that 0 off engages. And so now you've got the ski maxed out, the line tension, as well as the ZO. That's the trifecta that we don't want.
Yes, indeed. And you see the stats there for Adam Cord as we get ready for our next competitor, the man they call the boss.
Yeah, he is my boss. He went from being sort of my little brother or kid, or little cousin to being my boss. So it's been a strange deal, but yeah, we've been really, really good buddies and for a long time, and he's a really, really, really smart guy. So it's been a lot of fun working with him building skis.
Here he comes. The opening pass. I believe this is at 32 off. Wouldn't surprise me if it was a little bit longer over at 28, but we'll see. We'll see what he can conjure up between now and the end.
Well, and Dave comes from the old school. He's been around since when Maple and I were skiing, and once there was sort of a 32 off mandate, it started a lot of the pro events. There were a lot of the professionals took the 28 off loop off. Maple and I kept it on because the odd tournament, such as here, or maybe you go to a European event or an Australian event, and we needed that extra pass, we would prefer to ski longer than shorter. Like give us the 28, we'll take a fifth or a sixth pass. So Dave's from that sort of thought is it, hey, he's fit enough and he can go out and snow ski all day long and hike up, mountains. So adding one more pass. So did we get a confirmation on his start speed? 14. That's exactly what I thought. Sort of from the angle he was on the boat, that it would be a 14. And we have virtually no wind today, and any wind that Dave would have would be back in his face on the fifth pass, which is the 39, which would be the money pass for him to have a crack at that 2-ball 41 to advance.
All right, there we got folks watching in from all across the United States and from someplace in Europe, from London and from Germany as well. So we thank those folks for checking us out here in Arlington, Washington, as we see Dave Wingert checking out 32 off. There you go.
Yeah, so he's the vice president for HO Skis and Syndicate Water Skis. So he is running a company, and he runs this tournament, and he skis in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice there, guys, Dave's a really, really, really efficient skier. Very little movement in his upper body. You can see that ankle and knee bend stays the same virtually all the time.
Yes, indeed, and taking a close-up shot there.
I mean, look, he didn't even move there off ball 5. That was really, really beautiful to watch. Great camera work, guys.
All right. Here we go, and yes, indeed, this is the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. I've got Wade here to my right, and on the left of your screen, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again, no matter where you are around the world tuning into this broadcast as we continue to roll right along. This is Dave Wingert, and this is a 38 off attempt. We'll see how he gets along.
38. Is it 35 though?
Yep, this is 35 off as a matter of fact. We beg your pardon. 35 off on this particular run, not 38. He's going to have a chance to have a go at 38 next on the strength of that 35. He was all over that.
Yeah, no, he really was. I think he's getting dialed in. This is actually Dave's home site as well. We're about maybe 45 minutes north of Seattle, where Dave lives, and in the Syndicate sales offices east of Seattle and Snoqualmie, Washington, which it was great for Dave because he's a very avid snow skier. So the office moved closer to the mountains, so he's like bonus.
Yes, indeed, and a beautiful part of the world here. Not a cloud in the sky, beautiful trees, lush grass. I mean, what else do you want?
This is a good spot, right? Yeah, thanks to our host, Gordon, his family. They've been very, very, very generous to open up their gorgeous facility to us. Been awesome.
All right, let's have a look and see right here, right now. This is Dave Wingert. 38 off. Knows if he wants to advance into the top 4, he's got to get on the good foot. This is at 38 off. Look at him go round buoy. Oh, getting broken over off 3. Looking in decent shape and allowing himself enough time to get round all 6 buoys at 38 off. So Dave Wingert, his best is 2 at 10.75 minutes, which just happens to be the next pass attempt for him.
Yeah, I was really, really happy because we saw him with maybe a little bit of an overturn there at 1 and cost him a little bit of space at 2, but wow, he just ripped 2 ball there and got the space back. Ski's still wanting to turn. He's like, hang on, hang on. So, no, that's cool because that is you can see the Syndicate flags whipping. So he ran that with a little tailwind. So now he's got his 39 with that lovely head breeze that he'll be looking to execute a nice start, hopefully manage the middle, and get to the end.
All right, let's see, shall we? We've got 39.5 off. He needs to get through this pass.
Yeah, got it.
If he harbors any aspirations of advancing in this competition, got to get through this pass, and then he's got to get a piece of 3 essentially to move ahead of the multiple way tie between Vaughn, McCormick, Stadelbauer, and Travers. All right, let's have a look and see. Here is Dave Wingerter. Round buoy, almost falling right away off buoy number 1, but he's good to go round 3, and his Odyssey stops right there.
No, not bad. I think a similar situation that we saw Jill Knudsen with her 3 at 38. Dave is a working man. We talked about it. He's not as young as these young whippersnappers. So, for him to compete and be as in shape as well as he is, he's doing well. And you see a little fist pump there. Dave, obviously we talked about it, was silver medalist from the Senior World Championships, which would have been skied at, we call that executive speed, Tony, 55 or 34 miles an hour. Well, here he's skiing at pro men's speed, which is 58 kilometers or 36 miles an hour. When we're talking night and day, if you've skied 34 and then you've skied 36, you understand what we're talking about. You can just hear the engine noise from the boat when the boat increases from 34 to 36, right?
Yes, indeed, and the amount of strain that the skiers put upon that boat reveals a sizable change in engine tone as well, and fair play to the zero-off system for being able to manage that in a way that optimizes skier performances no matter what setting that you put it on.
Well, while we got our next guy getting ready here, I just got a shout out from my man Will Asher, one of your fellow countrymen again, and it's a bummer, Willie, you're not here, man. You are my favorite skier in the world to watch, and it's just been unbelievable to watch your career. I mean, now I've watched you for almost 20 years, and all those Masters titles, all those Malibu titles, and then you got your Moomba title there after some years of hard work. So, yeah, man, we really miss you being here.
All right, and that score of 3 at 39.5 off represents Dave Wingerter's best score at the competition. So fair play to that man. We've got Corey Vaughn on the water right now.
Well, so Tony, we haven't had a dent in the 2 at 41.
But this is the first skier in this list on the third round.
Exactly. So now we're down to what we were discussing yesterday. In the second round, certainly with Chelsea, and then a couple of guys is, hey, let's make sure we get a backup score so we don't get beat on a backup, right?
Yes.
We may not get beat on that first score, but Wilson, we validate that score, then it becomes more difficult to unseat. So I know Corey's thinking, man, I need to go ahead and run this 39. Go ahead and get outside of ball 3, or worst case, get another 2.
All right then. So, and just to kind of give you a little bit of an insight here, Freddie Winters obviously in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. Now, what these remaining few guys wouldn't give to be able to come up with a score around about that area. But the situation as it stands right now is Corey Vaughn, Cole McCormick, Benjamin Stadelbauer, and Jonathan Travers all tie with 2 at 10.25 meters. There are backup scores in play as well, so that has to be taken into consideration, as you rightly said, Wade. And we have got Corey Vaughn approaching the course now, 35 off. The boat speed is at 36 miles an hour, 58k. Let's see what he's got. Ooh, nicely done. First half of the course done. Now he's into the latter half of it. There you go, and just turns the ski and just whips his way across course. Nicely done there, Corey Vaughn.
Well, we not only see how tall Corey is, sort of similar we talked about with Elizabeth this morning. He stays really nice and tall. He stays really light on the ski. He moves very efficiently through the buoy back into his stack position, which means, yeah, he was one of these guys that have actually got a full 41 off pass under their belt, which there's maybe only 10, 12 guys in the world that have that.
Yes, indeed, and a nice looking run, and is approaching to number 6, pretty easy. You know, doesn't really put too much of a twist or an edge away from the boat going into number 6 as he does into 2 and 4, mind you. But let's have a look. Maximum heart rate for Dave Wingirter. That's about, what is it? About 110. Actually, one of our more sedate skiers, Dave Wingirter. I was rather surprised to see that number, but there you go, 110 beats per minute at his max.
I don't know, man. I think we need to check that.
Yeah, might
Yeah, I don't know. Check that monitor. I've cycled with Dave, and I know he's really, really, really fit. I don't think he's that fit.
Indeed. All right, here we go. Corey Vaughn. Nicely done. He ran through 32 and 35. And
you know, that's we talked about yesterday briefly with Chris Parrish when he came onto the scene. It's hard to imagine right there at ball 5 that was 38 off for Corey. Just so much space, and he moves so well through it. There's your 3 ball.
And his transition from a hard edge going from one into 2.
Yeah, just look at that. I mean, just he had sort of exactly the same tempo and effort that he put into his 32 off, yet that was 38 off. That was really nice pass. One of the better passes of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. That was 38 off, and for Corey Vaughn. We'll see what he can do on the very next pass, which is 39.5 off.
Well, as I always do, and I saw if Kayla P, Chris LaPointe, is here, is listening or watching, he'd be laughing because me and his buddy Andy Mapple, we were so worried about the wind, and so I'm looking over to my left and I'm looking at those Syndicate flags, and so Corey's going to have definitely a tailwind. More on ball 2 and 4 coming down the lake than 1-3, but it's definitely a light tailwind.
All right then, so here we go, round buoy number 1. Oh, look at this, 39.5 off. Look at him go. Oh, yeah. And down he goes, and now that backup score for him, it comes into play to see if it makes it through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I thought that was really, really good, Tony. It looked like he had enough space at 2, but maybe too big of a safety check there as far as he wasn't trusting the line that the ski was going, and then by the time the tip came back down out of 2 and he got his stack position, it was too late. There wasn't enough space.
All right, then, that's Corey Vaughn. His best score in this competition is going to remain to 41 off, but is that going to be enough to see him advance, knowing what he knows with the backup scores? 155 beats per minute, maximum speed across the course nearly 90 kilometers now, maximum pull 342 kilograms, body weight ratio 5-1.
Well, so while we're waiting on him to get Cole McCormick up and into the course, you can see that LaPointe tip I just mentioned, Chris LaPointe, the owner of that ski brand. But we're talking about the backup score. We've got all these twos on the board. So now that second score that they have comes into play as far as advancing to the top four.
Yes, indeed. And here we go. This is this is actually Cole McCormick now at 32 off. Cole McCormick from Canada now with their opening pass of 32 off.
Actually, I mentioned maybe yesterday that I've known Cole since, before he was born. So he's got a Canadian mom. Shout out to Susie. And then Ricky McCormick, an American father. So he chooses at some point to ski for Team Canada because he had dual passports, right? So when he got his first Canadian medal, I'm friends with Cole on Facebook. So I said, he's putting his record, a Canadian gold medal, and for the Canadian team. And I said, but dude, you're from Winter Haven. Winter Haven's in Florida, where Cole actually grew up. And there's been another skier that's done that, Neely Ross, Drew Ross Canadian and his wife American, and Neely uses her Canadian passport and skis for the Canadian team, which are really good, with Steve Bush as their team manager. A shout out to him, old friend of mine.
All right, coming back in at 12 meters, which is 35 off.
And, man, Cole's just getting better and better and better. I saw him run last year at Travers Grand Prix. I think he ran 3.5, maybe 4 at 41 in a really stiff breeze. He ran a 39 tailwind that was a very large pass, as we would say. So, yeah, his efficiency is getting better and better. You talked about his body weight. He's the heaviest as far as his LBs go. But he rides the ski really, really light. You see how tight he was at 1. Wow, a lot of space there before 2. And then he rode the ski back into a really nice position there at ball 2. Great skiing, Cole.
Excellent stuff there from Cole McCormick, and monitoring some of the chat that's coming through on our YouTube live chat. Where we've got questions such as explain the backup scores. I think you mentioned that, and you explained that perfectly for our audience.
Exactly. We're going to get these backup scores right away, so we'll know exactly what their secondary score is to be.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. And another question that I've had here is, I've been away from the sport since the 80s and early 90s. When did they up the pro men's slalom speed to 36 miles an hour? Now, I've been in this sport for a while, and I've never remembered pro water skiing on anything other than 36 miles an hour.
No, it has been for, decades. Yeah, when I was a kid, it was already 36.
Yes, indeed. And when I was a kid, I was 36 miles an hour too. But there you go. All right, then. Here we go. This now is Cole McCormick. Looking in great shape. Started in at 32, came back at 35. This is now 38. A pass that should be well within his grasp, and he gets it done. Round all 6 buoys. Nicely done for Cole McCormick. Now 39. He's got to step it up.
Well, it's really fun as a skier to get to ski these multiple rounds of qualifying, because we get out there, you get completely comfortable. We talked about maybe yesterday about our visuals. As I just mentioned, looking at the flags and looking at the wind, I would walk from one end of the lake to the other consistently to get a visual base for the lake, to see what the winds might be doing. And then by the time, like, Cole's on his 3rd round here, plus he had a practice round Friday, you really, really start to become comfortable. and with the extra little energy that you have from the anxiety, from the nerves, you have more power in tournaments. You do stuff normally in tournaments that you aren't able to do in practice, and so yeah, you get out here in your third, fourth, fifth round, you start to go, wow, I'm getting really good. This is starting to feel really, really fun.
All right, looks like we're getting a few more messages coming in thick and fast. Swerve Master T himself chiming in. Thanks a lot, Todd. And we got a few more. We'll continue right along with those in just a moment. 39.5 off. Here he comes. Needs a good start and gets it into buoy number 1 at 1,995 pounds. He is the heaviest of all of our competitors in this event, and but he certainly is light on his ski, I can tell you that. Look at that, round buoy number 4 and 5 and number 6. Yeah, there you go. And for the second round of asking, that was Cole McCormick getting through 39.
Yeah, no, that was great. You see that a little S move out. You see that little bit of spray come towards the inside, and then tight at 1. The rope just had a brief hesitation, but what you see him doing is he continues to allow the ski to move. He allows his body weight to keep moving forward towards center line, and then next thing, the slack comes out as he's getting into that stack position, and now the skis continue to move towards center line. Yeah, he's in that productive place to make awesome speed, which he did, and made, nice work of that pass.
Yes, nice work and light work of that particular pass, if we're being honest. And so now here is the situation. We've got skiers in this competition that have actually gotten into 41 off on in the previous 2 rounds. We've got Freddie Winter, obviously. There's Jonathan Travis, I believe. He got a score into 41 off as well. Benjamin Stadelbauer, he's got 2 scores at the 41 off. So Cole McCormick, let's see what he's got to try and keep him ahead of the likes of Corey Vaughn. Here he comes, 41 off, 10.25 meters. Let's see what he's got. Ooh, good to go. Round buoy number 2.
That's good.
Oh, look at that. Does he get a piece of 3? I'm not too sure, but he's trying to sell it.
No, I think he did, Tony. Yeah, I mean, he had really nice space out to 1 and was fairly fluid with his movement off the backside of 1. Yeah, I think he was planning, hey, I'm going to get 2 1/4 at a minimum. That's what his bar was. Yeah, we saw again, there's just a little slack, but he didn't panic. He didn't press on the ski. He let his forward movement keep going. We see a little safety check there too to make sure I think we saw from that camera angle. So what that would give him though, his backup score is already better than Corey's.
Yeah.
So he's got another 2 on the board.
But that's the same as Benjamin though.
Well, exactly, but that puts the pressure on maybe someone else that doesn't have, John doesn't have a 2 on the board as a backup yet.
Yes, indeed. And so
that would put John needing to get a second 2.
All right, then. So let's have a look at Cole's statistic. As I mentioned, the heaviest competitor in this competition. Heart rate 1. Oh, geez, almost getting to about 200 beats per minute there towards the end.
Well, that would have been at the very end of 39.
Yes, indeed.
Sure.
92 kilometers an hour across the boat. Maximum pull 358, which gives us a ratio of 4.1 to 1. Whew. And he's ranked number 1 on heart rate.
Well, we talked about that heart rate briefly yesterday. If Cole's obviously done now, but he finishes 39 with that heart rate. So he had about a minute to bring it down, and you certainly want to have relaxed mind and relaxed breathing technique. The better you are at that, the quicker you can get your heart rate down, and then your decision making gets better and better the lower that heart rate gets.
Yes, indeed. And here comes Benjamin Stadelbauer at 32 off, and looking at this first run, and he's Mr. Smooth right now.
He's just getting better and better. You know, that's we talked about that with Jamie, with sort of all the different aspects that there are off the water, as well as, we want to minimize our movements on the water. We want to maximize our efficiency. We want the product that we're riding to match what we are wanting and what we are doing. And you know, you can see there's just zero movement out of ball one.
And he keeps his ski in absolute contact with the water. It doesn't go for the aerial edge change right off the second wake as Maple used to do.
Well, he's soft with his feet. He's soft with his hands. So he's not adding any extra pressure to the ski. And you're going to see how stable it was, in particular out of the backside of his toe side, 135. If we put a gauge on it, the tip height would not have changed, not even a quarter inch.
Just had some comments come in. One of the latest from Susie Graham McCormick, basically saying, need to get my boy on the treadmill. And but in the same breath she says, way to go, Cole. So that's nice of Susie Graham McCormick there with that comment, and we'll see if that's enough to make it through. But standing in his way are the likes of Jonathan Travers and Fred Winter, and indeed Benjamin Stadelbauer on the water right now. Looking in very, very good shape. Just such ease of motion going from one side of the course to the next, you know, and he's powering up behind the boat. He's actually our fastest skier going from one side to the other and clocking up over 90 kilometers an hour, but he's able to bleed that speed down and just continue to use good cross-course angle, Wade.
Well, I think I'm almost positive that Ben's already just moved into the final. Per the backup scores that we're discussing, that Ben is already now our leader in the clubhouse, as we say, a little golf terminology, but he's got 2 scores already into 41. There's only 2 skiers left. Is that correct?
Yeah, you would also have to say in the same breath that Cole McCormick may actually have
there you go.
Two as well.
I think Cole.
Yeah, you got 2 yesterday and 2 today.
Yes, that's it. So I think Cole has moved himself into the final, and because Corey and Martin failed to produce a second backup score, that puts Benjamin now already into our top 4. Cole is in our top 4, and now we're down to I guess Fred would already be in as well.
Yeah.
Fred Winter gets with 2 scores into 41, and I think we're down to John. John's now. John's going to need a backup score.
He's the joker in the pack
he
right
is.
now.
Exactly, that's it. John needs to get outside 3-ball 41 or get another 2 and then force a 3-way tiebreak.
Indeed. So we'll try and get an absolute certain reckoning from our officials. I mean, what we're saying is pure speculation right now. So kind of take what we say regarding the scores and who's made it through to last 4 with rather a pinch of salt. But here we go, Benjamin Stadelbauer. And even though the line length is being shortened down to 38 off, it makes it look like 32 off.
Well, you know, discussing this cut line, we talked about, there's our boys. There's Vinny and Ricky. Thank you, guys.
And Johnny and John is out there as well, doing his thing with one of our cameras.
Yeah, the camera work's been unreal, and it's been a great weekend. We've had this fantastic weather. So, yeah, you guys get to appreciate this Pacific Northwest weather along with us.
And tell us about your Instagram.
Yeah, cool. Check it out. I've got a Facebook page as well. You can go to skiwithwade.com. You can check out my tour dates, camps that I host, and I got a ton of merchandise becoming available all the time.
All right, then. So we look forward to that, and we see Benjamin Stadelbauer approach the course 39.5 off. I think he has a sneaking feeling that he's through to the next round of the competition.
No, that's it, man. He gets to go out here and relax, like we talked about. Jamie and Chelsea just get to go out and work on, maybe they're working on something physically. Maybe, like we talked about, they're working on something mentally.
And
maybe he's just saying, hey, I want to go and just ride my ski without the pressure and, see exactly how good his setup is and how much he's going to trust his setup.
And we get to see a super chill 39.5 off. That super chill and 39.5 off are not too expensive.
Yeah, no, we talked about that earlier. It's a very unique chance to get to ski in a competition like this with the crowd, with something on the line, but yet you've already established the cut, and now you get a sort of a freebie, if you will. And I enjoyed these earlier in my career, Tony. Later in my career, though, I would have opted out and said, nah, man, I think I'm just going to rest this next round. Jamie.
All right, then. So as we get ready to bring Benjamin Stadelbauer into the course, going to have a brief word with a surprise guest, and we've got 10.25 meters comes up for Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Yeah, no, we will. Yeah, just hang tight. Eat and drink, whatever. Yeah. Actually, it might even better to get you in right when the event's over.
All right, here we go now. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. This is 10.25 meters, 41 off. He's had scores of 2 and 2 on this line length in the previous 2 rounds. Look at him go. Round number 2. Can he get a piece of 3? And for the third time in asking, 2 at 41 off.
Yeah, he was a little slow second wake out to the buoy going out to 2, so I was like, well, he's not going to get his space there, But yeah, just unreal skiing for Benny all weekend. There's his little S-turn out.
I think he pulled out a little late, a little early for those gates.
Well, he uses that move very efficiently. I rode in the boat with him Friday, and I complimented him on he regulated that movement from pass to pass, depending on how much headwind he had, how much tailwind he had. Did he pull out too early or too late? He uses that little movement, like we talked about, same as a jumper would, just to simply keep the line tight, keep his ski moving, and then he's able to get max angle because there's no static pauses before his gate turn in.
All right, 178 BPM, max speed across the course, close to 90 kilometers an hour. Max pull, 571 kilograms, and that's equivalent to a 4.6 to 1 body weight ratio. So, and actually, he skis at A1, which is rather remarkable.
Well, I ski with quite a few of the pros and quite a few of the junior champs, and you'd be surprised how many of them are using that setting, the A1 or the A2, and then sort of the same. You'll get the other end of that. You'll get quite a few that you'll hear, C1s and C2s. So as I mentioned earlier, it's far better if you've got the opportunity to go out and try some different settings, see what maybe works for you the best.
All right, so down to our penultimate competitor in this third and last round of pro competition. Before we go into the head-to-head, don't forget we qualify 4 competitors from the Open Men's competition out of 3 rounds that they have to ski. And our penultimate skier is Jonathan Travers. Let's see what he's got.
Well, if you ever get the chance to watch him from the boat, it is unbelievable. He I say he's kind of like a Jimi Hendrix with the guitar. He does stuff that nobody else can do, and it's been great watching him mature. And then and now he's a father, So he's got young Alexander William at home with Natalia.
Who's taking a snooze right now because Natalia's up watching.
And I guarantee Mom and Dad, Jack and Leilani, Big Brother Chris, they'd all be watching. So shout out to the Travers family down there in Florida.
All right, then, Jonathan Travers, and looking at this pass, and you could just see the amount of tension and angle that they have across the course to pull on that line. And that was Jonathan Travers, and this is our attention leaderboard right now. Oh, and yeah, Benjamin Stadelbauer with 371 just went up the rankings. He was actually towards the bottom of that list, but he's shot all the way up to just below fourth place, and Freddie Winter still there with 387, Adam Cord 384, Jonathan Travers 376. Although if he starts to advance down these lines, I suspect that might actually increase. So here we go. This is Jonathan Travers. All right, so here we go. And yes, confirmation that Natalia is actually watching this right now, and not a bit surprised. And Jonathan Travers up there, round buoy number 4, round number 5, and yeah, there you go, smokes it.
So John got a 2 at 41 yesterday, but if you're watching the webcast, he messed up his first round and ended up with a 6 at 39 as his backup score. So what he's looking for is that backup score, or simply get a piece of 3 at 41 to guarantee an advance and not have to deal with the silly runoff.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, there was a while ago, as a matter of fact, and this goes on to one of the questions that was just asked of JT. Not too long ago, we was actually wearing a cattle collar, for like they do in the rodeo type stuff, and he hasn't been wearing it for a few years now. And this person, Simon Rose, asked when did he stop using it.
I'm not sure. That John made a transformation, same as Fred Winter did, where both of those guys grew up doing a one-handed gait, and they both. Oh yeah, good. We just got information that John opted up from 32 to 38 off, so we just watched him run a very, very easy, tidy 38 off. So this is 39. John does this quite a bit in practice.
All right, let's see what he's got. Jonathan Travers, 39.5 off after that opt up. Ooh, and probably not the best way to go, unfortunately. He's down in the water.
No, he's going to be bummed on that. So I think that what that does is that guarantees our final four is Fred,
Cole,
Benny, Cole.
And we'll just have to see. Basically, it's between Corey Vaughn and Jonathan Travers in terms of that.
No, if it is that, then John will have the backup score with 6.
Okay,
39.
We'll get final confirmation.
We need some judges to help us out, Tony.
Yes, indeed, and we'll try and get a scorer in to confirm whether it's Corey that has the nod ahead of Jonathan Travers or whether Jonathan Travers advances.
Well, I think if those are the two we're discussing, yes, because we know what Martin did, then it'll be John with his 6 from yesterday first round will be our 4th finalist.
And just putting pressure on that ski towards the end, just going straight-legged here and just...
Yeah.
Oh.
You could see there's something there that he was that had sort of triggered the panic button, and then his feet got too active, and as we say, that was all she wrote.
All right, so Jonathan Travers, maximum heart rate 181, I believe. 181 beats 161, I beg your pardon. 161, and maximum speed across the course nearly 90k. Maximum pull of 361 if if my eyes do not deceive me. So body weight ratio 4.2 to 1, and skis with a B3. All right, Freddie at 32 off. Now, he's no one has touched his score of 3 at 41 off, so he's through to the next round of the competition.
Well, yeah, same deal. He gets sort of a hall pass here and gets to go out and just ski for exercise, if you will.
All right, then. So, Freddie Winter's leaving the dock knowing full well that he's got an additional $500 in his back pocket because he's officially the guy who's pulled the most kilograms of pressure against that boat. But how much he adds to that little bit of bounty, we'll find out within the next few passes and the head-to-head as well. And certainly his stock has risen within the last decade or so. That was Freddie Winter with the opening pass of 32 off and making that one look pretty easy. Now, would he be someone that would be frisky enough to come back at 38?
I haven't seen Freddie do that too often over the years. It's been a normal move for John, but we've mentioned Freddie's rise. Freddie's a 2017 World Slalom champion. And then last spring, Freddie went on quite a bit of a run. He won not only the Travers Grand Prix, but he won 2 or 3 other events and got on quite a bit of a roll.
All right, so rope tension winner with the $500 cash prize is Freddie Winter, and no one's been anywhere close to touching 387 kilograms. And it's not like he's the heaviest skier out there. Actually, Raquel McCormick he's about 20 pounds heavier than Freddie. So he's just found a way of actually putting some tension on that line while still being one of our lighter skiers.
Well, I think certainly Benjamin would agree with me that we don't want to have the heaviest load or the fastest speed. Ideally, it's nice to have that in our wheelhouse that you can go there if you need it, but you'd rather be lighter on the rope and more efficient, meaning you're not having to go your max speed, but you're able to go the optimum speed.
Yes, indeed. Optimal performance is what it's all about, folks. And Freddie Winter getting through that pass of 35 off. He's prepared to go on out there and run a pass more than is typically the case in this kind of scenario. I mean, the scenario being that he knows that he's through to the next round of the competition. So this is lagniappe for him.
Man, that was awesome to watch at ball 2 and 3 there. Same as we saw with Ben. The tip height off the water never moved. You could see it rise a little bit there at 5, but that's more of his like little safety check, making sure that he doesn't end up at the bottom of the lake, but still attached to the rope. But man, that ball 2 and ball 3, it's just so efficient when you see the tip height remain constant and the skier not apply that foot pressure. Then you see a very even spray that the ski's projecting into the air.
All right, then, here we go. Gordon at the wheel, and a few feet behind him, coming back at 38 off, 11.25 meters is Freddie Winter.
Yeah, should just make really easy work of this, which he's doing. His ball 1 and his ball 3 there were just really, really, really nice. You can see it again at ball 5. For those of you that understand, that's his toe side turn. Old school, that'd be called your bad side, offside, whatever. I don't use those negative languages. What I use is toe side, and there we see this as his heel side, as if we're riding a snowboard or skateboard.
All right,
and then you see his how much he count. Oh, that's a beautiful camera, and you can see how much his upper body had counter-rotated and was facing the shoreline to actually match the way his body physically stands on the ski naturally on the hillside.
All right, it's nicely done there from Freddie Winter. It is 30. It's 38 off. Now he's going to come back at 39.5 off. Let's see if he can run this a little smoother than he did on the previous round. See if he can take the kinks out of it and maybe be a little bit similar than Benjamin Stadelbauer, who...
Yeah, I saw him run 3 in a row in practice on Friday. So I'd pretty much put good house money that he's going to run this and make it 3 in a row for the tournament as well.
All right, let's have a look and see. Here comes Freddie Winter. He's already got $500 in his in his kitty right now, based upon the rope tension award from Syndicate. Look at him go, rocking it from number 4. And I tell you what, we challenged him to ski this smoother, and he's come through in spades there.
Yeah, that was no worries. I mean, it's, of course, him not having any pressure on this and still sort of having a little bit of extra energy because he's at a tournament. You know, he's being webcasted around the world. For us as a skier, we realize that, and we know there's that little bit of extra energy that we have, and if we put that to good use, then yeah, we get to run passes like Freddie's doing here, just waiting on 6 ball. Sorry, that was 4.
All right, let's take another gander here at Freddie Winter from our buoy cam. Nice clear shot there of him, just absolute executing a picture-perfect 5 ball and then head towards a buoy number 6. And now 41 off beckons, and this is his 3rd consecutive round into this line leg. Let's see if he can produce a bigger score. Now, this competition brought to you by Miles Sand and Gravel. This is the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am for 2020. And great support from our competitors, also from our boat companies, the Nautique towboat being used in this instance. And here we go. This is Freddie Winter. Entrance gate number 1. Good extension. Keeping it flowing. He's round. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that was better.
Look at this.
Yep.
Look at this, folks. He's still there. He's going to try and get round buoy number 4. And before he ends up underneath the prop, he releases the rope and skis away from the boat. But good effort there. Okay, but we understand that Freddie Winter has upped his mark, 430 kilograms of pressure. Our other competitors were barely within 20 kilograms of pressure within his range. 430 now, so he's put an exclamation mark on that. Good through number 3 into 4. But look at this, just absolutely hammers it. And normally at this point you would have expected Freddie Winter to crash in a great big ball of spray.
Yeah, maybe he's getting a little bit smarter with those crashes, Tony. But
yeah.
Hey, thanks for having us. It looks like you got a really special guest here that's going to be taking my seat for a few moments. So we'll see you for the semifinals and the finals, Tony. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. We'll try and get some confirmation from our officials to determine who's made it through to the next round of the competition. We know, for instance, that Chelsea Mills has made it through to the next round of the competition. And additionally, we know that this young lady here, who I will introduce, has also made it through to the next round of the competition. But there's your rope tension leaderboard with 430. All right, and Jamie Bull, I tell you what, you're certainly skiing your socks off out there for the last 3 rounds of competition, and you've made it through, and you've gotten into 41 off. Impressive performance there in round 3. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I'm super excited to finally kind of get through 39 and do it here at a super nice site. So I'm really stoked about it.
Excellent stuff. And I mean, how have you been skiing in practice up to this time? You know, because it's, you know, I mean, you've had a situation now where you skied a lot in Canada, and you were some things have forced your hand to actually return to the United States a little bit earlier than anticipated. How's that kind of affected your preparation?
I mean, this year was definitely a lot slower. I was back in Canada starting in March, so the ice didn't come off until the first week of May. So that definitely kind of gave me a late start to the season, but I was able to get some good training in up in Canada at Shillong Park for a while, a couple weeks there, and then back at home. And I mean, it's coming for sure, so I'm excited to have put up a big score here.
All right then, and you've got the head-to-head finals. You're going to be pitted against Chelsea Mills, and I mean you're the top skier going into the women's final. But how do you feel about your opposition? Tell us how you feel about going up against Chelsea Mills in the final.
Oh, I mean, Chelsea is an amazing skier, so it's definitely going to be a bit of a battle out there, but I'm excited for it.
Excellent stuff, and we congratulate Jamie Ball for making it through to the final round of the competition, and we look forward to seeing you do battle out there against Chelsea Mills. You have a great one.
Thank you.
All right then, and we'll take a look at the Open Women leaderboard. Our competitors going through to the next round of the competition. Jamie Ball with 1 at 10.25 meters. Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters. We've got one more section of our amateur competitors about to take to the water, but you are watching the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll be back right after this.
Jacket on, no one needs to see this.
All right then, Freddie Winter right here with the post-game interview on round 3. I tell you what, you go down pretty hard there at 41 off. I was kind of expecting you to throw everything in towards the trees and the forest and the berm and everything, but you skied actually pretty smart there, I would say, on the approach to 4.
That's a compliment, Tony.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to crash all the time, and I certainly want to stay in one piece for the final, which is coming up. So, I got around it. I wasn't going to do anything silly. So live to fight another round, and I've got the top seed, so set up for the head-to-head.
And you certainly had to work hard. I mean, because you had skiers like Corey Vaughan and JT and Stadobauer Senior really nipping at your heels. So I mean, it hasn't exactly been a cakewalk to get to this point.
No, it certainly hasn't. I mean, it's what's been really fun is like a lot of these guys there, of all the people that I ski against, they're probably some of my best friends, right? So we're having a good time on the dock and chatting it up, and everyone's skiing good and running through the 39s. And I think is that me against John in the next round?
I would think so. We need to determine whether JT actually made it or Corey Vaughn. But I think we'd have to have a look at the backup scores. But we don't want to preempt the officials at this time. Before that, but we know for certain you're through. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so I'm in. So and it's nice to have the top seed because the thing with the head-to-head is the first day or the first the qualifying rounds like we've just done is so important to determine who gets the pick of the boats and who goes first and stuff. So I think it's happy to be in top spot and giving me maybe a little bit of an edge going into the final.
All right, and you fans out there, let's have a look at the telemetry there. You definitely pulled a lot harder this time around. 430 kilograms. You were hovering around about 390. Maximum heart rate, what is that? About a 164. Maximum speed, 90 kilometers an hour. And you see all the stats there. And there's the rope tension leaderboard right there.
Well, that's good. There's a little bit of breathing space there. To be honest, I watched back the webcast last night. I didn't realize that there was a prize for best pull.
Yeah.
So I thought it was just bragging rights, but I've heard there's something in it, which I had confirmed today. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know where that 430 Ks came from, but from 5 to 6 at 38, and then again at 39, I pulled as hard as I could. Oh, it was a 3 at 10 2. Okay, so I didn't.
It's right up there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's kind of funny that because you want to ski efficient, you want to be able to sort of be light on the line and that sort of thing, which is the easier way. But then at the same time, you need to be able to pull yourself out of a mistake. And so, yeah. Oh, so I've won already, have I?
Yes, you have. Yeah.
So it's not into the next rounds?
No, it's not in. It's not into head to head. So
what a moment!
Absolutely.
$500. That is I like that a lot. It's always good to win some money.
There we go. Cha.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys. I'm very excited.
All right then. So our fans out there that are watching the webcast, we've got our fourth and actually a third and final batch of amateurs. So going into the next round, not too sure who you're going to be facing, but I mean, what's your approach into the head-to-head, or is it going to be any different from what you've experienced in the first 3 rounds?
So I think it's John. I could be wrong, but I think it is. I think we had a chat on the dock, but either way, what's interesting and what I haven't figured out quite yet is if we're going to have to start at 35 or 32. So, funnily enough, this is the end that we've all been taking 41 from is the end that we're saying is the harder end to come in from. For whatever reason, the gate's just a little bit strange at that end, and especially as we get later in today, there's a bit of glare coming in from the sun. So, if we go out 35, then we'll be having it from the so-called easier end. But then there's now just a little bit of a tailwind coming from that end when it would have been a headwind yesterday.
Actually, I would have thought the end from where the dock is will probably be easiest because on the other end the boat is actually straightening up on your inside going into the gates.
No, for whatever reason it feels easier down that end, and we've all said the same thing, and I felt it. I mean, yesterday first round my first gate was just atrocious. So it'll be interesting to see where we have to start from. But yeah, I mean generally the secret in slalom skiing is run more boys than the other guy. So I think it's just going to go out there and run some, do some turns and get some boys in.
All right then, excellent stuff. Well done. You've made it through to the final, and we look forward to seeing you ski some more. All right then, that is Freddie Winter. We've got some amateur skiing to come, starting with Dave Anderson in men's 4. He is on the dock, and look forward to see him ski.
Cheers, Tony.
All right.
Okay, back up out of my shot, thanks. Can you back up a little bit? Thank you, sorry.
Okay, here comes Dave Anderson. I believe will be coming into the course at 22 off. It's his men's 4, and at 22 off in men's 4, the maximum boat speed is 55k. We'll get confirmation of that in just a moment. And he started off at 28 off. 28 off for the opening pass. He's going to come back in at 32 off, which is the green loop. Great to have so many people commenting in, and may that continue through this last batch of amateurs. So yeah, we've got Dave Anderson. He's going to come back in at 32 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with 43 feet to get round a course that is 37.5 feet wide. Doesn't take much of a mathematician to realize that it's a little under 6 feet of room that he has to work with to get round all 6 buoys. So, just a shade under. All right, now barreling in towards the course at 32 off for his next run. This here is Dave Anderson. Getting broken over at the waist. Looking strong, looking in great form. I like what he's doing out there. And at 32 off, he's in good shape. All right, so one of our comments, actually our last comment here on the YouTube live chat is what time will the final start? Well, it will start in a few minutes after the conclusion of our amateur portion of the skiing. We've got Dave Anderson on the water, and he is our first skier out in the amateur competition in this section, our very last section. So there is going to be 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12 skiers to go. And then once we're done with those 12, then we'll get things set up for the head-to-head, including our competitors. And we'll see where that goes. All right, then. So, great to have you on board, wherever you happen to be watching us from places near and far. Here we go. This is Dave Anderson. Entrance gates number 1. Pushing hard off buoy number 2. This is at 35 off. And getting all sorts of trouble here at 35 off. But round number 5 just about sneaks round buoy number 6 to run that pass. Not the tidiest of efforts there for 35 off. But as long as you get 6 buoys, who cares? All right, here we go. Continuing to rock and roll here. This is Dave Anderson. This is 38 off. And unfortunately unable to continue skiing beyond that point. I believe it is 2.5. It is 2.5. It is 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters off 38 off. Now, I just had an interesting comment being made here on our webcast, basically saying $500 for the hardest pull, question mark. I'll sponsor $250 for the hardest crash next tournament. Well, if you feel like giving money a hand over fist to Freddie Winter, you might as well just go directly sponsor him. Because aside from pulling the maximum rope tension reading, I'm sure Freddie Winter will have the hardest crash as well towards the end of the tournament. I mean, that guy is just absolutely insane with what he produces out there, and you only have to see about the last 3 years of the Swiss Pro Slalom to know exactly what I mean. All right then. Mike Guile is our next competitor. He'll go in at 28 off. A 47-foot line to open things up with. Here comes Mike Guile. 28 off to open things up here. This is men's 4, which means that the boat speed is at the max of 55k. All right, so a 6 buoy count there for Mike Guile. So, nicely done, I have to say. So, as we progress down to our instant replay, just to tell you that we've got, how many skiers? We've got 10 more skiers to come after Mike Guile, and after that time, we'll take a quick pause, relatively quick pause, and get set up for the head-to-head competition. We're going to have Jamie Bull versus Chelsea Mills. And we've got a head-to-head final, which will consist of some of the best male slalom skiers in the world today. All right, here we go. Coming back at 32 off the standard 75-foot line. This is Mike Guile. Oh, nicely done. And I like his style out there, doing the business out there in our third and last round of amateur competition. All right, so we just looked at Mike Guile with the instant replay. He's run through 28 and 32 off, and now going to get ready for 35. Boat speed at the max here for men's 4, which is at 55k, 34 miles an hour. On our dockside island there, with the 2 white chairs providing us with a little bit of scenery for our towboat to make its way around. Here we go. Here comes Mike Guile. This is at 35 off 12 meters. Let's see how he fares. Buoy number 1 gets it to go. Round buoy number 2. Look at him in good shape. Round number 3 in decent shape. Round number 4 and 5. Not doing too much in the turns to destabilize himself, and that might actually be his saving grace here. That is Mike Guile at 35 off. All right, just to remind you, good folks out that are watching through the YouTube channel, you can check out the subscribe button at the very top of the page. If you haven't already subscribed, hit that button, and also in addition to that, you can hit the bell icon that's right next to it, and that will inform you as to the next time a video gets put onto the TWBC YouTube presence, whether it's pre-recorded videos such as examples of our commercial production, or indeed live production from events such as this one, like the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. So, all right, let's see what we got. We got Mike Garland waiting for the timer in the boat to signal the end of 45 seconds at the opposite end of the slalom course. Here we go. Here comes Mike Guile. This is at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Let's see what he's got. Round buoy number 2, and it's going to be 1 1/2 buoys there for him. 1 1/2 buoys there for Mike Guile. All right, next competitor to go is Jarrett Jolmer. All right, here comes Jarrett Jolmer. Gotten through the opening pass. Looked pretty good at 28 off. This is now at 32. Boat speed, 34 miles an hour, 55k. Looking all right on that one. We'll confirm the line length shortening. Looks like it's a 6 buoy count. Coming back at 35 off. He's run through 28 and 32. Now coming back at the 12 meter line. All right, so for those of you guys watching and for those of you eagerly wanting to find out the pairings, we're going to have that information for you shortly. The one pairing that we know of is for open women. That is Jamie Ball versus Chelsea Mills in the head-to-head finals for the women's competition. And here is the head-to-head brackets. Freddie Winter will go up against Jonathan Travers. And Benjamin Stadelbaugh will go against Cole McCormick. All right, here we go. Jarrett Jolmer, 35 off. Oh, look at this. Jarrett Jolmer at 35 off. Didn't quite get the start that he really wanted to in order to make it through that pass. But Jarrett Jolmer, who's one of our officials in this competition. I think he's actually one of our drivers, if knowledge serves me correctly. But just got broken over just too soon off number 2. He just couldn't get his stack ready. It is 2 at 35 off, 2 at 35 off. All right, as we move right along our list, we've got about, about nine or 10 skiers to come in the last section of our amateur competition. We got David Skirvin coming up next. .22 off for David Skirvin now. Let's see what he's got for us. The boat makes its way around the island, accelerates. Here we go, 22 off for David Skirvin. Excellently executed pass there. Getting broken over a little bit on 4 though, but managing to check up on 5 and get round buoy number 6. So excellent stuff there for David Skirvin. The opening pass at 22 off. It didn't look too bad there for him. So here we go. David Skirvin running through his opening two passes of 22 and 28 off and looking in very, very fine shape there too. Here comes David Skirvin. He's in here at 32 off and trying to keep the ski rocking forwards there for him. And a nice effort there for David Skirvin as he gets ready to send his tall figure in towards the course at 35 off for the next run. David Skirvin. All right, here we go now. This is David Skirvin, and this now is an attempt at 35 off, 12 meters. Oh, takes a bit of a hit there off buoy number one. Round number two, handle up a little bit high, and just carrying way too much speed into buoy number three. So there he goes. So it looks like it's going to be 2 1/2 for him. 2.5 buoys is going to be the score for him at 35 off as he swims into shore. So at 35 off, that is David Skirvin. Here we go. This is Brian Wiley, and this is, I believe, a 28 off start. Nice. Edge change, good reach, especially into his 135 like that. Just a quick punch towards the boat and enough to get the ski round. So, that's Brian Wiley, and that was at 55k. So confirming that opening pass was at 28 off. And he's now going to come back at 32, which is the green loop. All right, as we wait on the dock for our next skier to go, who should be Ted Moser, we've got Brian Wiley here. Oh, good connection there from one end of the course to the next. He's gone through 28. This is at 32 off. Little off balance on number 5, but he more than recovers it there. And actually his 5-ball turn, it was his onside turn. Certainly wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but he knew where to push it. He knew where to relax and allow the ski to do what it's designed to do. But he was on point with that pass and getting ready for 35 off now. 35 off, the blue loop next for Brian Wiley. Here comes Brian Wiley, rolling in at 35 off. Keeps the flow going on the first 2 and 3 buoys of this slalom course. Little on the back of the foot at 35 off. Can he still manage to massage that ski round that turn at 35 off? Not quite. It's going to be a 4 1/2 buoy effort. 4 1/2 buoys there for Brian Wiley. Hey, how was that? No, nothing too much. It's all good. All right, so just seen Brian Wiley get 4 1/2 at 35 off. We'll see who is coming up next after him.
How'd I look to you? Yeah, well, 2 1/2.
Okay, so it's going to be Ted Moser coming up next. This is the first of our men's 6 competitors.
Thank you.
So Ted Moser is in the main 6. I believe they still go up to 32 miles an hour before they shorten. But we do know that Ted Moser will come into the course at 22 off. At 34, actually, minus 22, I beg your pardon. So going straight into short line skiing, 34 miles an hour. And we definitely know that 34 miles an hour or 55k is the max speed for men 6. Men 7, the max speed turns down to 32 miles an hour. Beyond that point, in our senior executive divisions. Oh, look at this, Ted Moser slashing and dashing from one side of the course to the next. 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Seems to have a pretty good handle on that. No worries there. Oh, and Ted Moser looking good at the instant replay, just holding that angle away, just a nice slow diffusion of power going from one side to the course to the next. Just a little slow release there. And actually just seeing the instant replay for our previous competitor, Brian Wiley. Our apologies for that. Here comes Ted Moser coming into the course at 28 off. All right, here we go. This is Ted Moser. This is to 28 off. Oh, look at him go from one end of the course to the next. Nicely done, Ted Moser. 28 off. Handle up a little bit high off of buoy number 1, but he kept a lot of his energy flowing in the right direction. And keeping the line well managed. If it feels a little bit loose towards the end of the turn, he's able to use his hands to a limited extent to control the slack in that line, and then once that's taken care of, then he can just drive it down and drive it away, going across course. All right, we've got Dr. Mark Hegewald just focusing in on what he needs to do to get to where he wants to go. And on the water right now, we'll see Ted Moser. Ted Moser now. He's gone through 22 and 28. This is now 32 off. Oh, this is good. It's not bad. Oh, and just getting into all kinds of trouble there into buoy number 4. Just losing distance down the lake with each successive turn, and just couldn't really get into a solid rhythm, especially here off buoy number 1. And there, Ted Moser, takes a bit of a hard hit there. Not too sure what. Okay, here comes Dr. Mark Hegervold. He is our safety director here for this competition, and going in at 28 off for his opening pass. Mark Hegervold, 28 off. Let's see what he's got. So nicely done. And his mind's certainly in the right place with this pass. Keeping his head and shoulders up. Little bit of a hop, skip, and jump towards number one, but managing to keep the flow going nonetheless. Lefty, which means that his turns on the right-hand side of the course are always going to be better than the left. But that certainly doesn't stop him from making the necessary adjustments to complete all 6 buoys on the slalom course. Mark Hegervold, it's 32 off. Coming up next for him. All right, taking a look at the temperatures, getting up into towards the 90-degree mark in Fahrenheit. It's 35 degrees C. Water temperature is 26 degrees Celsius, which is the equivalent of 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is certainly remarkably colder than a lot of places where our pro skiers tend to ply their trade in practice. Mark Hegervold looking good, round 32 off. It's a 6 buoy count, and 35 off coming up next. All right, we are about halfway through this list, a little over halfway, if we're being honest. We've got Dr. Mark Hegervold, a men's 6 competitor, going through at 28 and 32 off. And we'll see if he can make the necessary movements and adjustments that it takes to get through 35 off, which is the next run for him. Oh, look at this, round buoy number 1. 35 off, a little bit in deep here, but managing to still keep the ski moving. Keep the ski rolling from one side to the next. Look at him go. Good effort. 6 buoys at 35 off. Had to really muscle his way through that one, no doubt. There. Returning at 11.25 meters at 38 off. This is going to be Dr. Mark Hegervold. And should be in good shape to get at least a third the way down the course. Coming back at 11.25 meters. It's 38 off for Mark Hegewald. Ooh, good slam off buoy number. Ooh, and tried to make an attempt to get a decent number 2, but unfortunately didn't come his way. It is going to be 1 1/2 at 11.25 meters at 38 off for Mark Hegewald. So, 1 1/2, 38 off for Mike Hegewald, confirmed by our officials. As we work our way through, our next competitor up should be Patrick Ross. At 32 miles an hour, 15 off. He'll be skiing at maximum speed, but started in at 18.25 meters. Maximum speed for men's 7 is 32 miles an hour. And Patrick Ross will be approaching that course on 15 off or 18.25 meters. Here we go. Patrick Ross, folks. 32 miles an hour or 52K in his division, which is men's 7, which I believe is aged 65 through to 70 inclusive. Good effort there for Patrick Ross. He gets around all 6 buoys. Should be able to go to 22 off next. Okay, just to confirm that the men's and women's 7 are 65 through to 69 inclusive. So that kind of gives you an idea of how old Patrick Ross is. And he started out at 18.25 meters. He's now going to be shortening to 22 off or 16 meters. That is Patrick Ross for the next run. All right, then. Good afternoon, wherever you happen to be viewing us from. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am for 2020. We're maybe about 5 skiers to go before we wrap up the amateur section of this competition. And then not too long after that, then we will present the head-to-head portion of the competition with our final 2 women going out first. And then we will go into our men's competition. Patrick Ross at 22 off, trying to work his way through the run, and I don't think he got round buoy number 6. So he will ski into the dock and receive The final score of 5 at 22 off. It'll be 5 at 22 off for Patrick Ross. Taking a quick gander at his opening pass before we go on to our next competitor, who is Paul de Alessandro. Just saw Patrick Ross get 5 at 22 off, the orange loop at 16 meters. So now, Paul de Alessandro, men's 7. Okay, so coming in at 60 meters, which is 22 off, and with a boat speed maxed out at 32 miles an hour or 52k. This is Paul de Alessandro. Looking good for Paul de Alessandro at 22 off, just ramping things up, going from one side of the course to the next. So those of you that are watching on our YouTube presence, our YouTube channel, you're certainly more than welcome. And why not subscribe whilst you're there? It's the button right up towards the top of the page. Hit the subscribe button, and at the same time, why not hit the little bell icon next to it, and you'll be informed as to when the latest videos from TWBC, whether they're pre-recorded or live, hits the page. All right, here we go. This is Paul de Alessandro. Not looking bad in the slightest. All right then, folks, continuing right along. We've just seen Paul de Alessandro go through 22 and 28. This is now 32 off for him. Looking good, looking in great shape. Oh, there you go, Paul D'Alessandro. Oh, a little bit of a tight one there, getting round 6 buoys, but I think it's going to be a 6 buoy count all the way through. It's going to be 32 off for completed pass for Paul D'Alessandro.
Just in case.
The Red Barn.
Is that the north end of Syndicate?
Yeah, we drove down there. It's 15 miles.
And then, so how did you deal with the trail?
I just went on the road, but it wasn't that far. It was only like quarter of a mile, half a mile.
Oh, that's good.
So I just went up at Wade and then up the hill. So it wasn't that far.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
This is Hillary.
Hey, Hillary.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Dan.
She's been out cycling.
I'm
So.
with.
That's good. That's good.
We're
She's
cycle
good as
buddies.
So you got here by bicycle.
All right, as we bring as we get ready to bring William Bonney into the course, this is Paul D'Alessandro, and this is 35 off. Ooh, gets a nasty number 1. Little flat for 2. We'll just ski for the 2 as a result of that. That's Paul D'Alessandro, and that is his attempt at 35 off, yielding 2 buoys for his effort there. So good skiing there from him. So now we're down to just 3 last competitors in our amateur competition, and then we're going to go into the head-to-head competition. Our head-to-head competition will feature in the women Jamie Bull versus Chelsea Mills. All right, here we go. This is William Bonney at 28 off. So taking a look, and he'll be returning at 32 off. And as he is men's 7, he's skiing at 32 miles an hour, 52k. Don't forget. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier on with the bracket, with the head-to-head, we know that the women's competition will feature Jamie Bull and Chelsea Mills, and we also know that the men's bracket will We'll have that for you in just a short while. We'll have Freddie Winter doing battle against Jonathan Travers, and the other side of the bracket will feature Cole McCormick against Benjamin Stadelbauer. So all that to come within the next few minutes, I would say, after the conclusion of the amateur slalom skiing portion of this third round. This is William Bonney. Oh, good one. Nicely done across the course and well executed run.
But it's all because it's all in meters, right? So this is like 18 meters.
Off. This is now 32 off now. Here's 32 on the green loop. William Bonney. And provided that he runs through this pass, he's going to have an attempt at 35 off, which is going to be the next pass with the blue loop. All right, looks like indeed, and my mistake, that was 35 off with that pass. So he's going to come back at 11.25 meters, 11.25 meters. Okay, so 11.25 meters or 38 off. So William Bonney's going to have an attempt at 38 off. The boat speed still remains at 32 miles an hour, don't forget. Two more competitors to come after William. That's going to be Gary Story and Dennis Phillips. I'm good. I'm good now. All right, so this is now 38 off, 11.25 meters now. Entrance gates number 1 for Will Bonney. Ooh, look at this. He's still continuing to ski. But unfortunately, getting around buoy number 3, unable to get more beyond that, but he certainly had a good start and everything going for him. Certainly pleased enough to make it through 35 off. Maybe he was intentionally skiing for 3 ball and was wanting to just shut it down from there. So that is Will Bonney, and that is a 3 buoy count at 11.25 meters, 38 off. Now we've got our penultimate skier in this amateur third round of competition. It is going to be Gary Story.
You want us to dock now? Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
So this is essentially.
Alrighty, Ron.
Okay. 32 off is going to be the next pass. He actually started at 28, which was the yellow loop. He's now going to come back at the green loop, which is 32 off. The very next pass, after seeing him produce some wonderful turns there and getting stacked up against the boat. Green buoy, green rope, I beg your pardon, coming up next. All right, here is Gary Story. Nicely done at 32 off, keeping the ski running, keeping it going cross course, and nicely done. Now he's going to have a crack at 35 off, and some of you guys are commenting back within the last few minutes. One of them wanted advice on the best life jacket purpose or impact vest purpose. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and this is the Hilltop Pro-Am. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. Also among our comments, basically a question, when's the event, when is the next broadcast for us? Well, glad you asked. 11th and 12th of September is actually the date on that one. That's going to be the Malibu Open in Charleston in South Carolina, which is just a little under a month away from here, and that is going to be produced live and exclusive at Charleston, at Trophy Lakes in Charleston. That's the Malibu Open coming up on the 11th and 12th of September. And to answer your question, all right, here comes Gary Story coming into the course right here and now. He's gone through 28 and 32. This is now 35 off for Gary Story, the blue loop. Let's see what he has. Oh, taking a big, harder crash there. Gary Story just couldn't get to full grip with that one. He'll be swimming in We'll take a look at the replay here for Gary Story as he made his pull out for the gate. Brought the handle in a little bit soon, which didn't allow the ski to fully rotate. Then he just got broken forward, and he just couldn't handle that excessive tension on the line. All right, we're down to our last competitor in the amateur section of the competition. It's going to be Dennis Phillips. Dennis Phillips, our last competitor out in the amateur section of the competition. And then pretty soon afterwards, we'll go into the head-to-head battles. We've got women, Chelsea Mills versus Jamie Bull. And then we've got our head-to-head final. 4 skiers in the semi-final, obviously. We've got Freddie Winter versus Jonathan Travers. And Cole McCormick versus Benjamin Stadelbauer. Yeah. Okay, so one more competitor up in the amateur section of this competition. It is Dennis Phillips. For those of you that are tuning in on the Eastern Seaboard, good afternoon. 4:30 in the afternoon for you guys, whether it be New York City, Boston, Orlando, Miami, Charlotte, all along the East Coast. If you're tuning in from London, it is about 9:30 at night. We've still got the pro skiing to come, so if you can bear with us for just a little bit more time, I'm sure that we'll keep you entertained all the way through to midnight. Here we go. This is Dennis Phillips. I believe this is an opening pass of 14.25 meters or 28 off. 32 miles an hour will still be the speed. But there you go. That is the yellow loop, 14.25 meters. And indeed, for those of you joining us from other places as far afield as Tokyo, konnichiwa to everyone there. And it is about 5:30 in the morning there on Monday morning. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. I'm sure that there are flocks of skiing fans across the world as well, from places such as Santiago de Chile, Dubai, even Germany and Paris, and places like Helsinki and Barcelona. So wherever you have to be viewing us from, we certainly thank you for your viewership and your support. All right, dockside area, start a little bit of hive of activity among the competitors there. Those that have made it through to the finals, the women's competition, and the semi-finals at the very least for the men's competition. Here we go. Right now, this is Dennis Phillips approaching the course at 32 off. This is the green loop for him. This is Dennis Phillips. Nicely done. Just pointing the ski where he wants it to go, and he just rips it across. Great effort there. That is Dennis Phillips. All right. Now back in the water. Now getting ready for 35 off. Here we go once again. 35 off. Let's see what kind of pass he'll turn in. On the blue loop, this is 35 off. Good strike from one side of the course to the next. Excellent skiing. Ooh, a little bit broken over off number 4. That might have affected his approach into number 5, but it certainly had very little bearing as to whether he made it round 6 buoys. Excellent skiing there for Dennis Phillips. See if we could take a look at this again. And here we are. This is Dennis Phillips.
Confirmed. 6 with a 9-4, returning -38.
Good skiing there from Dennis Phillips. Just a little bit broken over off number 5, but he had enough in hand to make it round number 6. So now it's 38 off, or 11.25 meters. Let's see what kind of gate shot he gets to set himself up for the remainder of the pass. And one of our tournament towboats has made its way out of the bay and will make its way back to the dock to get it equipped for the head-to-head. Head-to-head requires 2 boats to be involved. And while all of that is happening, Dennis Phillips is making his turn round the island and heading back towards the slalom course for the final time in this competition in the amateur section. This is 38 off, yes indeed. The violet loop. Here he comes, rolls it on. Round buoy number 1, broken over at the waist. Looking in good shape round number 2, really being forceful behind the boat. Come on. Round number 4, but won't get to see anything more than that. So it looks like it's 3 and 3 1/4. Okay, so looks like we got one score of 3 and the rest of them being 3 1/4. So there we go. That is Dennis Phillips. Looking in good shape up to a point, but just chomped to the bit there. Ooh. I certainly would go with 3 1/4, but we'll return with the remainder of our webcast after we're done with the head-to-head final. I've already told you about the women, Jamie Ball versus Chelsea Mills, and this is our head-to-head final so far as the men are concerned. Freddie Winter versus John Travers, Benjamin Stadelbauer versus Cole McCormick. Definitely an international feel to this head-to-head semi-final battle, and we're going to present that to you in a short while. And we certainly hope that you will be around within the next few minutes to watch this. This is the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Let me say that again. This is the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, being brought to you by Syndicate and Miles Sand and Gravel. And we will return with more coverage right after this.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know
All right, then we're about ready to go to our men's pro semi-finals. We're going to take that section of the event first. My name is Tony Lyford, alongside Wade Cox here. We'll be providing the commentary and analysis of the event, and the men's semi-finals. We got some interesting pairings and quite an international field, I would say. So let's have a look at the pairings right there with the semi-final. Freddie Winter, Great Britain versus the United States. Freddie Winter versus John Travers, and then Switzerland versus Canada in the form of Benjamin Stadelbauer versus Cole McCormick. So, all right, let's go first off and see and find out what you think about that secondary pairing right there, which is Benjamin Stadelbauer and Cole McCormick. First of all,
well, I think sort of what we have is the two what we would consider maybe favorites that you put your money on in the other bracket. So we have what we would consider our two real up-and-coming skiers going head-to-head in this semifinal bracket that you're talking about. So, that's always interesting once you get to the quarterfinal, semifinal bracket round when you have a format such as this where, the two favorites are going in one semi and then the two young upstarts are in the other semi. So, but all four of them have skied really, really well to earn their spot this weekend.
They've all had to ski at least 2 at 41 off just to make it this far.
Yeah, exactly. And, what we saw Freddie do there that third round, that's a little more like I thought we would see, throughout the weekend where he's getting a turn at ball 3, and now we're really taking a shot at the pass versus just hey, well, we got a 2-ball just to have a score.
And I tell you what, the intriguing thing about this here, if you're talking about averages and one of the best average scores going this, that would have to go towards Benjamin Stadelbauer, because he hit 2 in the first round, 2 in the second round, and 2 in the third round.
He looked really, really solid as well, as far as if you check the balance points on his ski. I mean, he was just always just feet right where he needed them to be. But yeah, it'd be hard to discount our world champ in the field, Freddie, and sort of what he put together that third round as far as taking like I said, a real stab at 41.
Yes, indeed. And all that's going to come shortly. But also we've got our women's head-to-head final. That will be the second phase of our head-to-head battles taking place. That's going to be between Jamie Bull and Chelsea Mills after we get done with the semi-final of the men's event. So,
and that sort of worked out sort of just as the odds maker would have put on that one. Chelsea's certainly solidified herself over the last sort of 5-6 seasons as a very wily competitor, and then we've already talked about Jamie, being the upstart and sort of the favorite for the weekend, and then that third round she goes out and throws up the under 21 Canadian record, putting her first 10.75 or her first 39 to bed, and getting into the 41. So it'll be interesting to see. Sort of, I think that Jamie would be the top seed, and maybe they'll be. I don't know if they're going to be flipping for that, Tony, or if the top seed would have the option to go first or second.
Yeah, I'm probably edging to go with the latter, considering that. You've got Freddie Winter almost getting round 4-ball into the wake. So I mean, he's the skier of the hour, so to speak.
Well, I was actually and that goes with the men's brackets as well. I'm not sure if they're going on a coin flip or if the higher seed. Well, Freddie's coming first. He's the higher seed. Okay. So I reckon he's chosen to go first.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be Freddie Winter first, and he's going to go in at 32 off. Now, the whole deal with the head-to-head is that you both competitors start at the same line length.
Yes, and we'll be running. Where in the earlier rounds we were running one boat. Both drivers, Gordon and Becky, both alternated rounds, men's and women's. Yeah. So both drivers have driven multiple rounds already, and so the boats, the way they're set up with the 0 off, there's virtually zero difference. We were just informed by Vincent that yes, what I thought Fred as the higher seed, he had the option, he chose to go first, and now John, being the second seed skier, will have to beat his performance. A tie will go to the top seed that chose to go first.
All right then. So basically, whoever said second must beat the first skier outright in order to break that. All right then. Here we go. Freddie Winter at 32 off, looking in very fine shape indeed, and getting from one end of the course to the next in this head-to-head first semi-final pairing. Freddie Winter versus Jonathan Travers. Taking a look at the instant replay again, and just, I mean, for anyone that's learning how to slalom ski, I mean, there are very few skiers that you can lay your eyes on and say this is the person that I want to emulate, and just look at the swing of that ski, the extension with the handle.
No, that's it exactly. We could see in the replay there, very, very little upper body movement. We've talked about the tip of the ski and the height it stays off the water. We want that to remain constant. And then the tension of the rope, the same. We want that to remain to appear to be tight, although out there at the top when he's fully stretched out and countered, there is actually very little tension on the line.
All right, indeed. We've got Freddie Winter now dropping down at the other end of the lake and taking off at the dockside end of the lake, and coming in at 32 off or 52k, or actually 30 meters. We kind of get locked into the whole 32 mile an hour deal, but it's actually 32 off or 30 meters. This is now Jonathan Travers.
Well, what we're seeing is completely contrasting styles, as well as John is a lefty, we would say. He's left foot forward, where Freddie is a righty, and Freddie stays more centered on the ski. And then we'll see John move sort of fore and aft on the ski per where he is in the course. He's just got an unbelievable sort of savvy to be able to move back into positions where when he needs to.
All right, then we just had a celebrity skier just put her comment in onto the list on YouTube. Someone who's normally pretty busy on a Sunday. His name is Christy Overton Johnson. Just came on in and said, "Beautiful sight. Hi, Tony and Wade. Thank you very much indeed."
Hi, Christy. She's one of my besties in the whole wide world since our daddies introduced us at the 1980 Nationals in Tyler, Texas. And Christy, as an 8-year-old, was tricking in open women's.
Oh, wow.
Against the pros. That's how good my bestie was. Yeah, she was incredible, and then became the best women's slalom skier of all time.
All right, then. Let's have a look and see what Freddie Winter can do. Comes in at 35 off, straight away. Boat speed at 36 miles an hour, 58k, looking in very, very fine shape as he goes cross course. Head and shoulders up. Good link with the line. There you go. Fantastic skiing there from Fred Winter.
Well, as usual, Tony, I'm looking over my shoulder, seeing if the flags are blowing. And for both of these gentlemen's 32 off, they had that same slight head breeze as they had this morning. You can see there's very, very little wind on the water, but when you look up, you can see the flags blowing, so we know we're going to get body wind. So even when there's very, very little texture on the water, we can still get a little bit of push from the wind, but per the head-to-head rules, it sort of takes our strategy out of play besides who's going first or second, because the rules dictate the pace of play.
Mm-hmm. All right, here comes Jonathan Travers. He knows that Freddie Winter has gone through 35 off, and he's going to come into the course now to emulate that. He's got to stay on pace with Freddie Winter. Stride for stride, pass for pass. Let's see what he's got. This is 12 meters off 35 off. Decent pull out, good glide, turns in. Good sharp number one. That's his onside turn. Wants to take full advantage on that. A little on the back off number two, but nothing he can't counteract with a decent turn on his onside. And there you go, 35 off, just like that.
Well, hey, Vince, thanks again. Shout out to you and to Ricky for the Water Ski Broadcasting Company. That was just an unreal shot of John's deep water start and coming around the island there on Hilltop Lake. It's really cool to get to see that good of a view with that HD quality. And I guess you could be on your dock in your motorhome. I've watched some of these events having a coffee on my phone, when I didn't want to miss these guys ski. So great matchup. Now they'll both be at 38 off or 11 meters. They've obviously had a lot of rounds under their belt. So at this point, they don't really have nerves anymore. Maybe a little bit of anxiety, a little extra energy. But no, their nerves are pretty much fully settled where they're in battle mode.
All right, then. Back into the course at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Frederick Winter, the top-seeded skier out of the original 3 rounds of regular skiing, was the only person to get past 2 ball at 41 off in the entirety of the competition. And at 38 off, oh yes, indeed, easy money there for him.
Yeah, so Freddie being the 1 seed going against John, the 4 seed. The other bracket is obviously the 2 and the 3 seed. But as we mentioned, some fairly stout scores to make it through to the Final Four.
All right, indeed. And speaking of easy money, well, I wouldn't say easy money for Freddie Winter. He's already won $500 by being the guy that's pulled the strongest out of all of our competitors, clocking over 400 kilograms of force against that towboat when the rest of the competition could barely get over 360 kilograms of pressure. So he definitely puts some force. He definitely puts a hurt in there. All right, here we go. 38 off, 11.25 meters. This is Jonathan Travers. The boat accelerating up to speed. It's 58 kilometers now. The maximum speed in all of tournament water ski slalom. Bleeds off some speed. Turns in. 38 off.
Sorry, Tony. I was going to say just the start he needed. Sort of the same we saw out of Freddie. Just nice, tidy work. You know, they both manage the rope pressure really well. They both manage their foot pressure really well. So they always get back to a stacked or an aligned position so they can make efficient speed across the course.
Certainly looked efficient from one end of the course to the next. A little on the back of the ski with that turn. His neutral side turn, but I tell you what, he's all over it. He rocks back and forward a little bit, reminiscent of the likes of Carl Roberge from way back in the day, to try and make that ski turn.
Well, when you watch him from the boat, you just see how athletic he really is, and you think, wow, if I were skiing, I probably couldn't have gotten from point A to B. Certainly with the speed. The precision that he does. I mean, I've seen him run some 39s and 41s from the boat that you go, wow, I really wish I had that on instant replay about 10 times in a row.
All right, and here we go. This is Freddie Winter with 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. It's a pass that he's run on every single opportunity so far here at Hilltop in this event. But can't afford to make too much in the way of mistakes because he knows that coming up behind him is just as capable a slalom skier. There you go. Freddie Winter, 6 of 39.
Yeah, that's great because there's more. We could feel it right as he pulled out for the gates, Tony. You could feel that wind ripping through our little tent here. You could see it on the water there just in front of him. So a very, very handy pass for 39 with that tailwind push. Plenty of space at 2. Yeah, just rips the back of 2. That was awesome.
All right, then. We've got Freddie Winter. That was 39.5 off. And for you guys that are watching this and wanting to comment, let's find out the opinions on some of you guys out there as to who is going to advance out of this round and with what score, okay? So let's see if we can get a little bit of a micro poll going between our commentators.
Well, I tell you what, on the replay there, you could just see him just absolutely crush the back of 4. Safety check 5. That was a very nice 39. We'll see what John's got. Same exact wind blowing right now.
Here comes Jonathan Travers, 39.5 off. Trying to stay with a good. Oh, look at this, Rambui number 2. He's going to have to fight this. Oh, and
no, that was a bummer. It looked like John had a fairly good gate glide. It looked like he managed the gate speed well out the 1. It looked like he moved through into a really nice stack position out of 1. Yeah, I mean, I think John would take that again and again. I don't know what sort of there was a little miscue as far as his visual or his tempo, and sometimes that just happens. We just simply, as the skier, miss time. It's like we talked about Chelsea being a tennis player. You just go, wow, man, I wish I could hit that ball again because I completely panicked, or you tried to hit it too hard, or you tried to guide it. Same thing happens out there. We're sort of got to make these split decisions, and sometimes they don't always work out.
Yes, indeed. And Freddie is can still go back into the course here and try and get as far down 41 off as possible to improve his season, or the likelihood that he'll have a number one seed going into the final.
Well, that's it. The championship rules will probably change to a traditional tiebreak rule, but yeah, it's always better to be the top seed than not.
There's Freddie. Look at him go. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 2. He's round number 3. Look at him go. He's going to make a play on 4. He's going to make an even bigger play on 5. Can he make it round number 6? Oh!
Yeah. No, that's sort of what I've been waiting for all weekend with these conditions. With the drivers that we have, I've been sort of waiting on that somebody's going to get outside 3 with enough space to go downtown, as we say.
All right then. So fair to play, fair to say that that Freddie Winter has come through in the clutch there to make it through to the slalom final. And how, I'll tell you what, he has run 10.25 meters on a number of occasions, and I'm sure that this healthy crowd here is going to give him a big old round of applause coming back into the dock. We're going to see him ski again in the final, and that is Freddie Winter from Great Britain.
Well, it was great sportsmanship down there on the beach as John swam in and was standing on the beach. He gave Freddie a big shout out, and that's really what is very cool about the sport is when you're on the tour like these guys are, you need a driver. So, yeah, someone is always your driver if you're a family member. Or, yeah, there's our head-to-head results there from Freddie and John. And there we see Benny and Cole getting ready. But, yeah, it's neat because Benny and Cole have lived and skied most of their life just a few miles apart, and now they'll be in our next semifinal bracket.
Yeah.
All right then, so Benjamin Stadelbauer on the slalom dock, probably the most consistent slalomer that we've had here in this competition from round 1 all the way to round 3, because he hasn't scored any more or any less than 2 at 41 off from the time this tournament started all the way through to the conclusion of the 3rd round a few minutes ago.
Well, yeah, I think that may have to change very shortly if he wants to take home the championship, because it looks like your fellow countryman Freddie Winter is just warming up. He's just bettered his score the last 2 rounds in a row.
All right then, so there we see the head-to-head bracket there. Freddie Winter advancing on Jonathan Travers with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Even that score at 2.5 at 10.75 meters might be high enough to give him 3rd place, and when all is said and done, or at the very worst, 4th place.
Yeah, we'll certainly wait to see. The 3rd, 4th place will be decided on this. Where irrelevant of the winner, a winner's score here, hey, he'll get to move on and face Freddie. So there is a huge reward for winning this semi.
Okay, looks like we've got a comment, and actually a question for you, Wade. Jeff Sturier, he is a licensed marriage and family therapist. He says, Wade, what do you mean by safety check?
Well, you'll see with these skiers where I'm wanting, or what the ski designer would be wanting, is for them to be balanced over the ski, like we're going to see Benjamin here at 32 off. The water's going to be breaking right underneath his front foot, and the tip is going to be level to the water. Yeah, and just like that, bam. But at times these guys, they create too much speed, and we'll get too wide on the boat. So because they are that athletic and they are that good, so then as they're coming back in on any given buoy, they may be in a point where they don't know exactly where they are on the ski, where their balance point is. So they move back in as if I'm simply just not going to fall. Okay, that's a lot different than we've seen Ben right here, or we saw Fred moving through with such confidence that we ride right centered on the ski does its job, but when we get too much and we've created too much width and we've lost tension on the rope, well, yeah, at that point we've got to just basically play the hand we're dealt, and we want to, as I say, end up with the rope in our hand, not sink into the bottom of the lake. Good question, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's an absolutely valid question, certainly. And if you want to get in contact with Wade and find out a little bit more about him and his coaching and all about him, you can go with skiwithwade_. That's his Instagram handle. And we're going to take a look at Cole McCormick right here.
So kind of cool again, Tony. We got a lefty versus a righty. So for those of you at home that are righties, you can go, well, I can watch Ben. And then if you're a lefty, you go, well, hey, I look just like Cole. Or you would want to look like Cole because he's doing it the right way.
And I mean, I think it does even itself out a little bit, but in the end, you get a better gate shot with your right foot forward. But then again, you get a better start to the actual pass once you're in the course itself with the left foot forward.
Right. Well, Tony, I say on a daily basis now, the ski in the course in the ZO, they don't know if you're right or left foot forward. So we talked about how good some of Fred Winter's movements. John's are the same. We see Cole right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see him balance, water breaking right underneath the front foot, and then you see his body rotation, so that his reach hand moves forward and up, if you will, and then that allows a really nice counter position. So he's basically taking his backswing, if you will.
So in terms of the difference between right and left, it's almost the same as the difference between left and right Twix.
Yeah, that's sort of it. Yeah, they're six one way, half dozen the other, right? Yeah.
All right, absolutely so. All right, then we have got on the water right now. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. He is Mr. Smooth, and you'll see why. 32 off start, 35 off second pass. This should be just merely a warm-up for him. And there you go. Look at that. That is just absolutely impeccable skiing there from Benjamin Stadelbauer. Let's pick up on a couple of points with his style, because it is. I mean, if I wanted to point to someone who to emulate their style, Benjamin would be one of them.
Well, yeah, you could see his balance and his gate glide, and I mentioned in that little bit of a water that breaks off to the inside, a boat length or 2 boat lengths or so before he moves back towards the gate. And then you can just see there his posture, his stacked stance, if you will, his alignment is all really, really, really textbook.
Excellent stuff. And Jeff says thanks for it, by the way, Wade. Yeah, he asked that question regarding the safety check and all that kind of stuff. So that's good analysis there from my good friend here, Wade Cox, and coming through our second skier out. This is Cole McCormick at 35 off. Let's see what he has in store for us. Moves the ski. I like what he's doing out there, and he's starting to smooth things out a little bit. I've noticed that with each successive round, he seems to be more dialed in and more in control over what he's doing now.
Well, certainly, I've watched him a lot the last 3 seasons, and you're exactly right. He's cleaned up his efficiency of his movements to where he's now lighter on the ski, and look how much space he had at one. And then watch him, he gets out to the buoy line with 25, 28 feet to spare there. So he's giving his ski the maximum opportunity to curve all the way back in towards center line.
And what I've noticed is he turns and he gets set into one particular body position and he just holds it going across.
Well, that's it. I talk about quite a bit in my coaching is if you're a regular skier and you've run the course and then the driver gives you a little whip out, when the driver gives you that little nudge to get you going, we always just sort of wait till we're in that stacked position, and when the driver gives us a little whip, we just relax and balance against that. Well, that's what the pros do all the time. They just wait till they're stacked and they've got something to balance against, and then they're very efficient with their speed.
Here we go. Benjamin Stadelbauer looking in good shape at 38 off, keeping everything working in the right direction. And I tell you what, at 38 off, did they even shorten the line?
Yeah, backside at 4, same again, just what we're talking about. He's managing his speed so well there, and he's doing that through his hands, which keep him attached to the rope. So he's feeling the pressure there, and then he feels it again through his feet. Like right there, he's feeling his front foot pressure, so he knows exactly how much the ski is biting. And then by the time the ski is done its job, he is in that stacked position. As we see now, he's got something to lean against and balance against.
All right then, so great skiing, and what I've noticed a little bit is that with each competitor, once they get done with their pass, they quickly get out the water. They're not like floating around or sitting or stewing in the water at each end waiting for the other guy to come. He comes, right out the water, straight there on the platform. Try to keep his hands as dry as can.
A lot of it, Tony, is keeping your body temperature warmer because these guys all train in Florida, so they're used to much warmer water temps this time of year. So getting on the platform, certainly with the air as warm as it is, you keep your core temp up. Therefore, you keep the blood circulating much better.
It's about somewhere between 75 and 80 degree temperature of the water in Fahrenheit here. But look at this. This is Cole McCormick. Oh, beautiful looking pass. That is 38 off, and there you go. And we're going to send this one to 39.5 off for the next pass.
Well, I certainly would have thought this. I certainly would have thought all 4 of our semi guys are going to run 38. Little disappointed that John didn't finish his off. I'm really hoping that both of these guys will finish off the 10.7 and give us a battle in the 41.
All right, then. And I'm kind of surprised at this point because I haven't heard anything from Susie Graham McCormick yet on our comments.
She's probably nervous. Yeah, like any mama would be. She wants her baby to do good.
Of course. And
I want her baby to do good because, I mentioned I loved Cole I have my kids are very same age, very similar age. Sorry, my daughter's just a little bit younger, so we would be at the Masters, Susie and I skiing, and Ricky and Lindsay would be chasing young'uns in and out of the water. So it was pretty interesting. Keep the kids happy swimming while mom and dad went and skied,
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer, 39.5 off, a pass that he has run every single time in the last 3 rounds. Oh, looking to go round buoy number 1, round number 2. He's got to work this carefully. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. And for the 4th time in asking, he's run 39.5 off.
Yeah, that's certainly by the way we watched even the practice rounds. Yeah, I was sort of already going, wow, Benny may be sort of the wild card here this weekend. Certainly Cole's can finish because the only time Cole just had the blemish on his record was they scrubbed his gates at 39. Otherwise, Cole would be in the same situation as Freddie and now Ben, meaning that he hasn't missed 39 yet.
All right, so Susie Graham McCormick, I used up all of my nervous a long time ago. I'm just happy to watch him. Oh, you gotta love it. All right, then. So, in the water at the opposite end of the course, getting ready to head back in, is going to be Cole McCormick. And there you see, once again, Benjamin Stadelbauer on the back of that boat, anticipating needing to go back into the course, or maybe wanting to go back into the course at 41 off, because he knows that Freddie Winter scored 5 on that particular run, and if he wants to try and grab that top seed, that's the score he's got to exceed. But first things first, let's have a look at 39.5 off Cole McCormick. Drops in. Round number 1, keeping the flow going. Oh yeah, look at this. Round buoy number 4, keeping the flow. And I tell you what, it doesn't happen often, but a head-to-head matchup is going to be decided on 41 off.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. He really kept his cool in 3 and 4, what I call the middle of the course. He managed this well. He had a nice out move. I think he did it a bit early, and you saw him hesitate just a bit on the gate turn in. But he really matched his tempo well at 1. And then you see he got a lot of angle out of 2, a lot of load there coming in the center line. And as I mentioned, he managed this really good. He wasn't worked up at all. He wasn't panicked. There was nothing showing from his hands or his feet that he was under duress at all.
All right, head-to-head rules. Just a reminder. If one skier, say for example, puts up a score and the second skier ties, then the first skier gets the win in that pairing, right?
That is correct. I think Ben was the higher seed. He chose to go first, sort of using those rules to his favor.
All right then. So this is the bar that is going to be set. Benjamin Stadelbauer hasn't skied anything more than 2 buoys at 41 off in the entirety of this event. And guess what?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, at this point, this might be his best 2, because he's certainly going to force Cole's hand, that Cole's going to have to get the ski outside 3, although he was about 1 centimeter away from that. As they say in the game of football, it's a game of inches. Well, so is water skiing slalom event. It is exactly the same. We want to get as close to that right-hand gate as we can. We want to get as close to the backside of ball 1 as we can.
I mean, did Benjamin know going into this that Cole had actually scored more than 2 buoys in one of the rounds? Because why did Ben just like flat up arrested his movement towards buoy number 3?
Well, I think when Ben got out to the top of his arc at 2, he knew there was very little chance of him scoring 3, which would be more like he would be scoring 1.5 when his guaranteed 2 was on the board. So I think knowing that he's a higher seed, he's forcing and saying, hey, Cole hasn't gotten a 3 either. We'll see what happens.
All right, then. He has got to get more than 2 to advance through to the final. He's round buoy number 1. He gets the 1. He's round buoy now. Oh, and he's less than 2, which means Benjamin Stadelbauer advances through to the final.
That's why he did it, Tony. That's exactly why Ben hesitated, because he knew that getting a portion of 3 was going to be a tall order, because both he nor Cole had done such a score all weekend. And, man, he was even tight on 2 there. I think once he got to his width early at 2, he knew he was going to 3, so he came back in. And I think he came in maybe a little bit too aggressive. I still think maybe where he was, he could have gotten a part of 3.
Well, so now our final pairing is Great Britain versus Switzerland. But I tell you what, I mean, Cole McCormick, fair play to the man, the youngest of our competitors in this competition at this stage, representing Canada, and 1.5 at 10.25.
No, and hey, to get a 3rd place, a podium at a pro event, oh, that's unreal. Sit out.
No. Let him kneel down, and then
Okay.
I'll just pass the microphone.
Yeah, let me ask him.
All right, so we've got the final pairings coming up on our screen. Freddie Winter versus Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Hey, we got John Travers here. Man, John, you looked, to me, I've seen you ski a lot. It looked like everything was rolling, and you came off the back of one. Pretty decent. What happened there at two?
Yeah, Wade, that gate in one, I couldn't ask for better. I've had a little trouble all week trying to control my 2-4. I think it was the second round yesterday. I did really well, and I kind of tried to duplicate that this morning. But I tried to do a different strategy this morning, just trying to opt up and come 39 in the opposite direction because they're far in, which we just did 39 at that round. I kind of got better starts in practice at 41. So that's kind of what I wanted to do, but I think I just stepped a little bit too far in that. But that round felt really good. I don't really know what happened off the second wake, so maybe my feet swung a little soon. It's hard coming from 95-degree water to 75-degree water. I think that's where I'm struggling because normally when we come out to the northwest, we're coming from Europe where the water's a bit cooler. So,
or you may be coming here in June.
Yeah. So it's just kind of a little bit different feeling for me, especially like last week skiing at nationals and over 100-degree water, and I'm kind of still trying to figure out where I'm at off that second wake in a 2-4. But these guys are skiing unreal. Like once I saw Freddie Cotton run 5, I'm like,
Yeah,
at least
two sort of rounds in a row.
Yeah.
He's like, taking a stab at it now.
Yeah, and I knew it was gonna be hard to beat him. I really wanted to run 39. That was my kind of go out there and just, hey, let's get into 41. Let's try to attack at 41. But you learn from every event, you learn from every set. So got to go home and work on some stuff.
Yep, you're a proud papa now. Good stuff.
Thanks, guys.
You can go and be a daddy now.
Yeah.
All right then. So we're looking at the head-to-head final, the final bracket. That's going to feature Freddie Winter versus Benjamin Stadelbauer. Benjamin Stadelbauer beating Nicole McCormick to 2 buoys to 1.5. And Freddie Winter against Jonathan Travers. Freddie succeeding in making it through to the final. Now we're going to go into the women's competition, and it looks like Jamie Bull has decided to go into the course at 32 off. Much like Freddie Winter, the top seed electing to go first.
Yeah, well, we talked about the rules being dictated at this point to the skiers. It's a 32 off mandated start. Jamie, yes, being the higher seeded skier, of course, from that massive third round score into 41 off. Yeah, she's chosen to go first. And yeah, ladies final, Syndicate Pro-Am 2020. Man, this is so much fun to be here.
All right, so we've got Jamie Bull there. Entrance gate into buoy number 1. Just feeling that ski out, just trying to carve a great path for herself out there. And Jamie Bull, the only female competitor to make it into 41 off.
Well, you can see right there, that's a great camera shot. You can see the tip of her ski. Once again, there at ball 4. She did something that's really, really, really incredible. In fact, Chris Pears called me this morning. He said, congratulations, Tony, that you're doing a good job on the mic. And I told him that at 35 off yesterday, off ball 2, 3, and 4, that she pulled exactly the same amount on the load machine. I mean, the identical, I think it was 255K. And so to think about, she did 3 loads in a row in the slalom course, 2 heel side, 1 toe side, with exactly the same amount of load. For a boat driver, that is just a dream come true.
Alrighty then, we have got Chelsea Mills here. She's going to go in on exactly the same line length. Actually, she hasn't started on this line length in the entirety of the tournament. She's normally gone in at 28 off in the 3 rounds.
Tony, that's a really good point, because I was thinking about that third round when all of a sudden she was gifted by the first two ladies not being able to up her score, that might have been a tactic to go ahead and use, knowing, hey, I've got to do this in about an hour anyway.
All right, then, let's have a look and see what Chelsea Mills can do. She is a sports psychologist out of Charlotte in North Carolina. And is a member of a team called Winning Mindset that provides holistic mental training for athletes from very young to old.
There you see again her posture, very, very, very nice on the gate glide. Maybe I'd like to see a little more space there, but we got to remind you guys at home that is 32 off that she's starting at. But really, really strong girl. As you talked about, she's been not only a tennis player but a tennis coach, and now is in the mind coaching business.
Oh yes, indeed. Certainly a lot of opportunities in that business, and I mean there are college programs for it. There's been college programs for that for ages. I mean, one of my good friends, Matteo Lazzeri, who runs the Water Ski podcast, that's his gig.
Go Seminoles! Yeah, he went to Florida State to get his PhD.
But where did he go for his bachelor's degree?
I'm not sure.
Lafayette.
Yeah. No, I knew he was in Louisiana. Yeah.
All right.
But no, I was a shout out. My son is going to get to go up to Florida State next week. Return to the campus there, so it was kind of cool when Mateo was finishing up there. Dane Meckler had just been there at Florida State as well, and so my kids are up there.
All right, so
a lot of fun.
I'm sure it is, but I'm guessing that a lot of college visits for a lot of students have had to be scaled back or even eliminated because of COVID.
Yeah, we just talked with Jamie right now. We got a college girl on the water here, our favorite. For the event, and she said, she's taking online courses, same as my kids, but she's still going back to school. She'll be in Louisiana. She goes to Louisiana Lafayette, and there's a lot of really, really great water ski programs now. Much different than when we were in school, Tony.
All right, then. So, as we continue on, this competition's been brought to you by Miles Sand and Gravel, and this is the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Water Ski Competition. Great to have you involved. And we also have to give a big shout to Nautic Boats for providing us with some vital pieces of hardware, just the boats, I guess, but there you go. This is 35 off. This is Chelsea Mills, and pass that she's run, I would say, pretty consistently throughout the competition. Looking good.
There was our safety check off the ball too, but then you could see by her finish at 3 that was a properly managed safety check, because she ripped the back of 3 with lots of speed, lots of angle across course going to 4. And, I would have expected her to miss that at all.
Yeah.
Certainly expect both these girls to run 38 as well.
Got into a little bit of a tricky situation after buoy number 1, kind of over-rotated the upper part of her body over a ski. But I tell you what, being a tennis player, being a tennis coach, there's certain... It demands a certain level of fitness that very few other sports possess. Yeah. So there we go. That is Chelsea Mills, and she will get ready. She's actually settling in the water and not deciding to get out. Here comes Jamie Ball, 38 off.
Well, I'm looking at the flags again, Tony. We just got a slight head breeze, so this will be helping them. They'll feel this on their body, even if they don't feel it on the water.
Looking good, handle up high, keeping it going, keeping the flow going here. Can't
Well-
afford to have too many of those checks on this pass, but this is 38 in a pass that she's run so many times and using that experience here.
No, you could see that, Tony. Yeah, she had her little safety check already at 1 and then again at 2, but she's already such a seasoned veteran and such a technician that she can get herself back where she needs. There, see that brief hesitation, and then it was again at 2. But hey, this is 38 off, and she's not stressed. She's not panicked, so she can use her athleticism and her power where maybe she's lost a bit of her finesse and tempo in those moments.
All right, and Jamie Ball there, and looking very good and looking fairly strong, and showing us a bit of a consistency out there with slalom. And she is a member of Team Canada. She is a member of their elite squad from where they pick skiers to go to the Pan American Championships, the World Championships, and so on and so forth. And next year is going to be rather intriguing to see where Canada goes in terms of their team selections.
Well, Tony, we got 38 off. I see that breeze kicking up a little bit more, which I know at this point Chelsea will like that. And she's got to get through this.
Here we go, Chelsea. Looking good. Can't falter one iota on that particular effort.
No, come on, girl. Yeah,
38
nice.
off.
Yeah.
Not an easy pass to run.
No, nice. This is exactly what we would want is for both the finalists to bring their best game. We certainly, when I've been in these situations where, yeah, you enjoy your win a little more when both of you ski very good versus, well, maybe if Chelsea goes down early here, you know, it's that little asterisk or so for you know, maybe if Jamie wins that. But no, now we're both going to have the finalists in 39. Great skiing.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Chelsea Mills. Remarkable effort there to get through 38 off, and now the bigger challenge looms for her.
Well, and we talked about the starts, Tony. That Chelsea hadn't started from 32 yet. Well, she hasn't done the 39 from this top end down here, and Jamie's run 39 from down here.
All right, let's have a look and see then.
Pretty good.
Looking good on number 1. Whoa, a little bit of a check on number 2. Whoa, a big hard check off buoy number 3. Can she still continue to make a play on this? Oh my word! And that might have left the door open, but we'll see how this pales out.
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. The door would be considered cracked open at this point. But once she was mid-course, she managed it really well because she really didn't have a lot left out of 2, but yet she still is able, maybe she gets a piece of 5. But you can see right there she lost a lot of her momentum and direction. And so here she's using power. Look, she completely loses her direction out of 3, but still gets around 4.
Just 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe they're going to give her a quarter on that. It looked like she had the handle in her hand when the front binding passed the buoy.
Hang on a second.
No. We're seeing a little different view there.
No, that's a four buoy count right there. And we're going to take a really closer look. There we go.
But so what that does, though, it still forces Chelsea to get the ski outside ball 5. If she scores a full 4, I think under championship rules, we will then have a tie and go in a runoff.
All right, then. Here we go. This now is Chelsea Mills. The door has been left open for her, and let's see if she can take the opportunity to bust through it. And unfortunately, it's going to be 2 buoys, and that means that Jamie Ball is your winner.
Yeah, no, congratulations, Jamie. That is her first professional victory, and Chelsea gives a wave to the crowd. A silver medalist, a second in a pro event. is certainly not going to disappoint her, but just fantastic skiing from Jamie. She put up that huge score this morning, breaking the under 21 Canadian record, running 39 for the first time. So, yeah, she earned that. There it is. Vincenzo's confirming that. Her first pro event victory. And the fact that she's at the Syndicate Pro-Am, which is her personal sponsor, I guess might even make it that much more sweet.
All right then. So great effort from both of those competitors. Jamie Ball taking the win here. So a great effort there from Jamie Ball of Canada with 4 buoys at 10.75 meters. 2 at 10.75 meters is going to be the score for USA's Chelsea Mills, and some great skiing from each of those competitors. We'll get ready for our next set of competitors. Jamie Ball, your winner, with 4 at 10.75, and Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75. Those are your top 2 finishers after the head-to-head. All right, we're going to take a look at the bracket and see what our men's final looks like. Freddie Winter against Benjamin Stadelbauer for all the marbles here. So I wonder who. I think Freddie has the highest score with 5 at 10.25 meters, which means that he's made the choice. And actually, that's Benjamin Stadelbauer in the water.
Yes. Do we know the championship tiebreak rules? Is it? I think Freddie would be able to tie Benjamin and go to a runoff.
35 off now. 35 off is going to be the opening line length for Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Yeah, that's typical. If you're watching a head-to-head final for the first time, these guys just went out and skied. So it's very typical for them to go back out at 12 meters or 35 off, which if you're an amateur skier, to go off the dock on your first pass at 35 off, 36 miles an hour would be a really, really, really sketchy thing to do. But for these guys, it's just par for the course.
All right, so looking at Benjamin Stadelbauer again. I mean, and also fatigue. Oh,
look at that tip, just glued to the water. He's trusting his ski builders. I told him this morning. I said, man, you're really, really trusting your ski. Nice. He goes, well, and I got it set up well. And, yeah, you see there's his 3-ball. Just no movement at all.
And see where the water breaks. I mean, between where it goes up to the toe of the binding and where it goes back to the heel, that's less than about 3 or 4 inches. And that spray breaks pretty much consistently in that area, which gives you an idea of how smooth he is.
Well, yeah, skis are built a little different than they are now than they certainly were in the past, and you see Benjamin, making the most of it, sort of maximizing his efficiency because of how good the ski design technology is.
All right then, and master of technology right there in the foreground there. That was Marcus Brown from Syndicate, and getting ready to go in at 35 off for his opener is going to be Freddie Winter from the London Borough of Wandsworth.
Yeah, we already mentioned before, Freddie's got a mantle full of hardware, being one of them being a very, very heavy one, the World Championship title. And
you might not have noticed, but Benjamin Stadelbauer actually changed shorts.
Yeah, that could be good and bad, right?
All right, yeah.
Well, you think these guys are superstitious about their shorts? I was.
Some are, yeah.
Yeah.
But
as soon as you had a bad set and a set of shorts, they were gone, man. They lost their spot in the rotation,
Indeed. Here we go. That is Freddie Winter, opening pass, nicely done, 35 off, no worries there for him.
Yeah, cool. You guys really think about it, 35 off, 36 miles an hour as the opening pass. And because I got to watch him from the boat the other day, it's neat to watch him down. And we see the slow-mo here. You see just how straight he won the strongman contest already this weekend, if you will. But yeah, when you watch him from the boat, you go, wow, that's a lot of power in one body right there.
So, wanting to add a few more dollars to his little kitty there. He's already $500 up by having the strongest pull in this contest at over 430 kilograms.
What's up, Vinny and Ricky, man? This is cool. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right. So right here, right now, we have got coming into course Benjamin Stadelbauer looking for his first major pro scalp as well.
Yeah, he's had some junior European titles. He's had some major international podiums. But, yeah, same as we've seen Jamie with her first victory. He's searching for his first.
Looking in very, very exquisite shape there. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer riding that Syndicate to Slansky.
Hey, was Benny junior world champ, though?
I'll need to go back into the records, but I'm not too sure.
Second? Yeah, so that's it. Benny was Benny was silver medalist at the under 21 world championships. I knew he had another international junior podium.
But his most significant podiums have been at the Moomba Masters.
He's multiple down there, yes.
In less than perfect conditions, and he's kind of established himself as a little bit of an expert in that.
Yeah, once again, Benny, you see he's hopped out of the water. That's the old Andy Mapple or Will Asher trick still keeping itself alive. Yeah, I had to move in that direction. The colder the water got, the more I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to have to do what he's doing and, go ahead and jump on the back because, yeah, you keep that core temp warmer. Certainly is better for your decision-making and your heart rate.
Yeah, those visits to Hartford were certainly a little bit chilly in more ways than one. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter looking in good shape. 35 off start, 38 back.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to imagine that's 38 off. He's moving so efficiently there. So little movement out of the line. We already talked about the tip of the ski. We talked about the upper body movement. All that's just really, really good right there, guys.
All right.
A lot of space at 2 and then backside at 2, and it's basically the pass is over at that point.
Wow, we got Chris Sullivan on board here with our comments.
What's up, Sully?
Yes, indeed. He says, nice job, boys, and he says that lucky shorts stink because they stay in heavy rotation. Oh, I had some shorts that stayed in really, really heavy rotation, and then they sprouted legs and walked off, and I never saw them again.
I saw Andy at an event years back, and he done really, really poorly the weekend before. So I asked him, I said, hey, man, new shorts and vest this weekend? He goes, yeah, mate, new gloves and new handle as well. He goes, I just went with a whole new lot, with a whole new kit, as you guys would say.
And apparently back in the day, according to Susie Graham, they never let those competitors on the back of the boat between passes.
No, not in the Pro Tour. It was only once we started doing some international Pro-Ams that they were allowing us to do that. We see Benny here, mid-39, not having sort of any issues at all. Same as he's done every single time this weekend, run through 39. Proud of you, Benny. Nice skiing.
No worries. Our Swiss native, this is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Now just take a look at that lean away from the boat and then just rotates in.
He does it more noticeable, exactly, Tony, than we see the other skiers. And I complimented on him. I said, man, you regulate your speed really well with that move. And then we talked about he looks a bit like Andy on his finish at 1 through 3. Andy did a very similar move on his gate glide, gate move outbound as well.
All right, let's see what Freddie has by way of response. Coming up very, very soon as we take a look at the tail end of this instant replay.
And I'm sure Dad, Clint, that's watching at home, is probably laughing, going, yeah, Wade knows we've been watching a few videos over the years.
I'm sure Elaine is watching this from South Florida as well, and also Valerie Stadelbaum.
Yes, a shout out to Valerie. Yeah, we met many, many, many years ago when they were at the Swiss ski school and I was at Jack's.
All right, so here we go now. 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got in store for us. He has run this in every round, much like Benjamin.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be predicting any trouble. He was fairly early out to 2, snappy little 2-ball. And, man, he's 3, 4, and 5 there. Look at that, Tony. I mean, that's clockwork.
And our second head-to-head pairing that will be decided at 41 off. That was Freddie Winter.
Yeah, look at that. Do you see that little bit of spray coming off the inside? He's moving away, tightening the rope up. It's his little backswing. And then, yeah, he had so much tip early at 1 that he was able just to chill and allow we say to ski into the slack, like you saw again at 3, even though the rope went slightly loose, his forward momentum is going towards 4, or like here he's going towards 6. So he just allows his body to keep moving in, the rope tightens up, he's in a stack position, and then voila.
All right, we are in the realm of the Swiss national slalom record.
Yeah, Benny's ran 4, which is the record. And it looks as if we've got just a very, very, very slight tailwind. None on the water.
All right, I believe the Swiss national record is 4. Let's see how close he can get to it. Oh, round buoy number 1 gets a decent start. Round buoy number 2 off his edge, and he will not proceed any more than 2. So he may have opened the door, but ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That is Benjamin Stadelbaum with a credit-worthy 2 at 41 off.
Yeah, I think he's going to be bummed. I'm thinking that he certainly wishes one of those earlier rounds that maybe he would have had a crack at 3. And I had a few tournaments where I did similar. I got stuck on a certain number, and it got to be where I just couldn't get off that number. And I think he may have had a little bit of what we call 2-ball-itis.
Ask me how many times he's run 2 at 41
No,
off.
I'd say that's the 5th time this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. You only get 5 cracks at this. I guess.
So, yeah, I mean, that's where I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking he wishes he would have maybe taken a bit more of a crack at the back of 1 on one of those earlier attempts, or maybe had a crack at 2 on any of those just to sort of break the monotony.
Okay. Benjamin Stadelbaum on the dock. Wrong side of the podium, buddy. But he's still keeping his equipment on, because I don't know whether if he knows something that we don't hear in terms of the head-to-head rules, whether it does go to a straight tiebreak if both skiers go.
I think it would be. I think if Freddie gets 2, I think he'll be skiing again, and that's when you see him staying strapped up.
Intriguing. Here we go. Freddie Winter. Round buoy number 1. Round number 2, a piece of 3 will give him victory. Yeah. Yes, look at this. Round buoy number 3, good to go. Round number 4, look at it go. He's going to have trying to put himself in a position where he'd have a go at 43
Yeah,
off.
that's cool.
There you go.
Yeah, that's cool. Good for you, Freddie, man. Congratulations.
You go, sir. There you go. That is a great, great effort there from Freddie Winter. That was a score of 4 at 41 off. 4 at 10.25 meters to give him the victory in this competition.
Yeah, you know, a wily veteran like Freddie, you know, knowing he's got to get his ski outside 3, I think he knew there was an 8 in 10 chance that he was going to do that. That sort of enabled that little bit of a bobble that he had at 1. It didn't phase him one bit because now he's not trying to run 41. He's just simply trying to get his ski outside 3 ball. You hear the crowd cheering him on, and man, you heard his emotion after he won, and that's very cool.
And it's so great to see that Freddie still gets a kick out of that. I mean, he's won a few pro victories, Swiss Pro Slalom World Championships, and it doesn't get boring for him.
Well, that's a very cool way to win. It'd be a little different emotion if you go first and then you're waiting. But when you ski and you're the last skier, and now the moment that buoy goes by your front binder, and victory is at hand, it is just, you saw his emotion. It gave me goosebumps all over, as if I was doing it again with him. But yeah, that sort of outpouring of that inner emotion, that's a cool deal.
And on top of that, he gets $500 additional for actually pulling the strongest behind the boat.
Yeah, well, I know whose shout it is, mate.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Hey, well, Tony, thank you so much for having me. I've really, really enjoyed it. This is my 32nd year wearing my same hat, my HO Syndicate hat. So I've been really blessed. And it was a really honor to sit here with you all weekend, Tony. Thank you so much.
Why, thank you, and I'm sure that all of you that are watching this webcast will indeed want to thank Wade, and also just to remind you, good folks, that Ski with Wade, skiwithwade.com, and you can also check out his Instagram presence at skiwithwade_. skiwithwade_ is the Instagram. All right then. So we're going to take a quick break, and so rejoin us for the final few festivities of the 2020 Hilltop Pro, provided by Syndicate. Excuse me.
No, I did it. I did an explanation. Yeah. Yeah.
Janet. Yeah. We did. Thank you.
then, folks. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Freddie Winter, and he's your big old winner in this competition. Congratulations, pal.
Thank you, Tony.
Good. How did that feel? I mean, obviously the emotion came out right at the end. That's probably almost a redundant question, but quantify it into words.
Well, you know, it's been a weird year. The only competitive tournament I've done this year was Moonborough, and I skied like an idiot there. So, you know, a lot of little ranking tournaments between then and now, which are always fun, right? But they don't ultimately mean anything. You know, it's just you're skiing against yourself. Here, I actually got to go and ski against Benny, one of my good friends, and we had a competition. And you know, there's some money on the line, and people are watching. We got a webcast going. That's why we do this, you know. So I'm really happy, obviously, you know.
Now, tell us about Benjamin Stadelbauer. I mean, you were head-to-head with him in that final. He skied smooth. He hadn't failed to run 39.5 off. He actually skied 5 complete rounds, each with 2 at the 41 off. So he knew he had your hands full.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent, and I mean, I think Benny looks better than I've ever seen him ski. Like, he just looks fantastic. We skied together a little bit in Florida, but this weekend, you know, just his 2.4 has never been better. He looks super balanced both ways. His 39s look like lights out. He was getting ones at 41, and you know, a lot, you know, stopping at 2, but I wasn't sure. I thought this one he might have had a 1. I'm like, oh, he's going, and so it's always hard in head-to-heads because you actually have too much time at the end. You sit there and your thoughts kind of hit you, and you're kind of like, oh, well, what am I having for dinner and all that. You know, so you really have to kind of get back into it and focus. So I watched him ski, and I realized I was pulling out from my gates at 41, and I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing. I'm like, get back in it. Had a really big 1, and from there I'm like, okay, just get around 3, and from there I tried to fight it and get through it. But yeah, really fun. It's been a great weekend because just a good group of guys here, you know. Benny, Corey, John, Cole, and you know, all the rest of the guys. Like, it's fun to ski against people you like, you know, and we've had a good time, and I mean, I'm really happy I came.
Okie dokie. So during that whole head-to-head finish, I know that your mum tends to hide behind the sofa when all of this happens. Where were they? Were they at home or watching online?
Yeah, I don't know what time it is now. I'm sure it's incredibly late where they are. But yeah, they were sitting there at home watching. The signal's terrible here for me to get text, so I'm pretty sure I'll go back and maybe get something. But yeah, I'm sure they were watching, and it's hey, and that's why this is. I mean, you know, we've got the webcast here. They're promoting the sport for us. I mean, my mum definitely sent me a couple of texts earlier saying this is just the best webcast it's ever been. I mean, we had speed and heart rate. I mean, like all stuff that I don't know about. I haven't got a clue about when I ski day to day. So it's interesting for me, and you know. I've had a text from a lot of people yesterday who watched me ski, and this is how we're going to grow the sport, is get people to watch this, because I don't care what anyone says, that's exciting, right? We had Jamie Bull go out there and get big scores, and you know, in a final, and you know, just beat Chelsea, and then like us going out there and going head to head. That's what we need to do to make this sport bigger, and you know, let's all stop going to stupid ranking list tournaments, and let's get competitive and get it webcasted.
And I'm sure the most surprising thing for you was the fact that you put a hurting on that boat so far as the rope tension was concerned. Vinny, if you could bring. No, we'll dispense. We'll let him give the rope to you later on. But 430 kilograms against that.
I would have beaten that 100% on this last one. I'm actually pretty devastated because I came out of 4. I pulled as hard as I bloody can across the buoy 5, like you know, elbow in the water and the biceps going. So I reckon I'd have killed that. Like there was no way I pulled the same as the previous round. So, but yeah, no, I'm excited. I mean, it's like I said to you earlier, it's really funny with the tension, because you kind of go, well, you know, you want to be efficient, you want to be skiing light and stuff, but then, you know, and I feel like I'm actually lighter in myself, like I weigh less and I'm on a bigger ski. I think I'm technically better than last year. I'd like to think so. You have to think so, otherwise what's the point? So I'm surprised to see that I got that 430k, you know, 950 pound whatever pull, but you know, you got to do it when you got to do it. It's good to have it in the locker, even if you don't use it all the time, I guess.
He's been Freddie Winter. I've been Tony Lightfoot. You've been a great audience, and we'll be back right after this.
I'll go with Benny. God.
On you, mate.
Richard, are you on commercial?
Richard,
Go to commercial.
Okay, we go with Benny. We go with Benny. Ready? And 3, 2, 1.
Are you doing the Jamie too?
Well, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Mr. Smooth, Mr. Consistent. 5 times. I mean, 5 times that you've gotten 2 buoys at 41 off in this competition. I mean that must really please you an awful lot. But at the end, you know, did you feel tired? Did you feel fatigued, or what was going on with that?
No, I didn't feel tired. I didn't feel fatigued. I think the 2 in the first few rounds was more of a safety, like let's get a score, let's move through. Like obviously it's perfect to ski out here and you can run big scores. I think Trace showed it. But for me, yesterday was more about getting to today, and then today was more about getting to the finals. And so I was really happy to have made it into the finals because we have some really good competition, although maybe not the entire field is here. The depth of competition in the men's field is so deep that even if you only have a few people, it's still a really big score to make it in. So for me to make it in, it was good, and especially in the fashion I did, I think I was pleased with that. Now today, I mean, in the last round, that was not a fatigue thing. I finally was able to commit into the gate into 1, and I thought I had the one I wanted, basically. And I don't know, I don't quite remember what happened at 2, but yeah, that's going to stick with me for a little bit.
Yes, indeed. It'll probably take well, I mean, we were thinking that maybe today that Benjamin Stadelbauer will come through with his first pro title victory. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that, but I'll tell you what, your stock is improving over the years. You've been an adverse condition skier with those two Moomba podiums, been really consistent at 39 and into 41 off. What do you think now, in your own mind, is it going to take for you to ascend the highest rung of the ladder?
I think put myself in these situations more often. So for me, that was a good start because I got there, and then next time I'll be there, I'll have that experience to build off of. And I think the fewer space you have in between those experiences, the more you can use the momentum to keep pushing through. So I think that's the plan, is just to put myself in this position more often so that I can ascend the ladder, because I think at one point it's you kind of have to have a ball rolling to keep it going. So that to me is it's what's going to be the next step basically to take.
What's in your immediate future right now after you return to Claremont?
Well, we have a few events actually in the Florida area this fall. So there's going to be the Malibu Open, and then there's going to be the Grand Prix from John as well in September, and then in October we'll have the Swiss Pro on home turf. So those are definitely 3 events I want to do well at, and I think that leading up to these events, I couldn't ask for a better lead up basically.
And I mean, this tournament here up in the upper left-hand corner of the United States, I mean, there were so many hardcore slalom fans. You know, I mean, sure. Great to meet every single one of them. I mean, what would be your best memory that you take away from a venue and a crowd support like this at Hilltop?
I think skiing for HO, you kind of feel a little bit at home when you come here. The factory's not too far, and all the people make you feel really welcome, whether you ski on HO or not. And I think the atmosphere, basically, of this event is what I enjoy the most. It's very professional, but laid back at the same time. And I think, you know, that's the way I see skiing, is you got to take it seriously, but enjoy while you're doing it. And you really get that vibe out of here. So really a special thanks to all the organizers and the sponsors, as well as you guys, for basically showing it to the world. I think you guys did a great job, and I know that we're all appreciative of that. So,
well, thank you very much, Benjamin Stadelbauer, and that has been Benjamin. And we'll bring it. Let's bring on the Jamie. Let's bring on Jamie. Obviously, the huge disparity in height makes me want to go closer to the camera and bring Jamie Ball here. So, Jamie. Very consistent throughout the competition, getting eventually making it through 39.5 off and getting into 41. I mean, obviously winning the event is obviously paramount in your mind, but getting that kind of high echelon score has got to be equally thrilling for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been trying to get through 39 for a few years now, so to do it, and then to do it here at HO's tournament and at Hilltop, Gordon has an amazing place here, so made it all the better.
All right then. So after this competition, you're gonna have a few weeks free. You're gonna go back to school, I guess, do online courses with UL Lafayette type deal. That's obviously going to free your time to be able to accelerate your program a little bit forward. Do you anticipate doing much else beyond that?
In terms of skiing?
In terms of skiing, yeah.
Right now, I don't really have any plans. I'm trying to kind of stay a little low key during the times of the world right now. So.
Yes, indeed, and I mean, there have been plenty of fans that have walked up to you and given you pleasantries and stuff like that. So I ask the same question as I do at Ben. What memories will you take away from this particular tournament and the fan base?
Oh, I mean, it's always awesome to come out here to Hilltop. So I think every year the tournament gets better, and for me to run 39 here, that's gonna stick around. But just the support and the excitement of everyone at the tournament that'll stick around in my head for sure.
Excellent stuff. That's Jamie Ball, your winner, and we'll come back to you right after this. Gentlemen, we're here at the prize presentation for this, the 2020 Hilltop Professional Slalom Competition, being brought to you by Syndicate and also Mills Sand and Gravel. We thank those guys very, very much indeed. Now, before we go into the awards proper, we've got a little bit of business to settle with the strongest pull in this competition. And ladies and gentlemen, with a weight of 430 kilograms of force against the tow line, it's the one and only Freddie Winter. All right, then, business now about giving him the signature rope and $500 in cold hard cash. All right then, so we go on to the next stage of our prize presentation. We're going to go with the women's portion of the competition, and in third place, coming to us from South Florida, it is none other than Elizabeth Montalban.
4:38.
With a score of 4 buoys at 38 off, Elizabeth Montalban is in third. All right. In second place, hailing from Charlotte in North Carolina, second in the final, it is none other than Chelsea Mills. Her score was 2 buoys at 39 and a half off. Congratulations to win that second place prize. And with Dave Wingard handing out those checks, the winner with a score of 4 at 39 and a half off. She comes to us from North Bay in Ontario, Canada. Her name is Jamie Ball. Dave Wingard once again.
Great. Here, I'll stand next to you. Let's see. Yeah, what is that?
Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 women finishers. All right, and ladies ladies and gentlemen, we go through now to the men's competition. We pay through to 7th, and funnily enough, in 7th place, this man right here, Dave Winkler.
Nice to meet you, David. Who's handing your check?
Okay, in 6th place, coming to us out of Slovakia, Martin Bartalski. Excellent stuff. In 5th place, coming to us out of Bumpus in Virginia, this is Corey Vaughn. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4th place, coming to you from Okahonka in Florida, this is Jonathan Travers. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place, it is from Canada, Paul McCormick!
Come over. Congrats,
All right, and now we are down to the top 2, is it?
Oh, you got it.
In 2nd place, hailing out of Switzerland, his name is Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Thank you. Tony. Wow.
And ladies and gentlemen, your winner, coming to you out of the London Borough of Wandsworth in England, his name is Freddie Winter!
Everyone sticks together.
You got the biggest tweet.
Next year the grass will be greener.
Impossible.
All right, and those are our top 7 finishers. But to give a few final words, let me introduce you, Dave Wingert here, who has been one of the driving forces behind Syndicate's participation in this competition. A few words from you two.
You really put me on the spot there.
Yeah,
didn't
I'll
you?
put you on the spot.
I just want to thank everybody who helped out. Gordon Scoob in particular. His place looks beautiful. We have a great place to ski. I think all the players love it. So thank you so much to Gordon and everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, short and sweet, but that has been the 2020 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. My name has been Tony Lightfoot. You have been an absolutely fantastic audience. Have a great time, and we'll see you next time.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know